everyone. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for May the 4th, 2021. Call the meeting to order and ask the clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here again.
Mayor Fury?
Here. Council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, and 14B, real property, conference with real property negotiator. Closed session on this matter is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957.6 and Government Code Section 54956.8. We will return at 7 p.m. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for May 4th, 2021. We've been in executive session. I want to apologize for getting back or starting the meeting a little late. Had a lot of business to attend to. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. There's nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay. So as I said, good evening and thank you for joining us tonight. Once again, we are back in the council chambers, easing our way into our new normal. I ask that you continue to remain patient with us as this hybrid model is still new to us and we continue to improve our operations and work through any unexpected technical difficulties. This week we celebrate Public Service Recognition Week. I want to personally acknowledge and honor the many public servants who serve our nation, especially our City of Torrance employees, those at the heart of serving our community. I extend my gratitude for all public servants' exceptionalism and steadfast commitment to serving others in areas such as federal, state, and local government, the military, law enforcement, and other essential services, including medical care. Although each year we recognize and express our appreciation to these employees, this year is a bit different. I think you'd agree with me, as their efforts over the last year have been even more important to our nation and to us as individuals. In addition to Public Service Recognition Week, we celebrate Teacher Appreciation Week. Since 1984, the National PTA has designated 1 week in May as a special time to honor the educators who lend their passion and skills to our youth. Our teachers have been through a lot this school year, the changes of distance learning and then hybrid classes, so please join me in thanking them this week for all they have to do. International Firefighters Day is also observed each year on May 4th. Today we remember the past firefighters who have died while serving our community and those who have dedicated their lives to protecting the safety of all of us. Our ISO Class 1 Premier Fire Department are an exceptional group of people. Their expertise and ability to adjust to the current pandemic has touched just about everyone in the community. Today we thank Chief Cerna and his brave men for their continued efforts in providing services for our well-being. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, firefighters. Lastly, I would be remiss if I didn't wish our Star Wars fans a happy May the 4th be with you. May 4th be with you all day. We continue to run normal business for our residents and community to keep Torrance moving forward. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you to those of you who have met today's deadline. All of those emails have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but obviously we won't see them this evening. For those of you who are tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or city cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3a, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to the 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agenda-sized hearings will be taken as part of that hearing. You may participate by calling in to the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404. Again, 310-618-2404. And it will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when calling in. And you must be aware that our call center is very, very busy taking multiple phone calls. So you may just get a busy signal when calling in. If that is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Well, thank you. The next item on the agenda will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Griffith, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Kalani. I ask everybody in the audience to stand.
Please join me as we honor our flag and our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Please join me in a moment of thought and reflection. Lord, bless us today and help us to know and understand our gifts. our blessings, and what is good in our lives. Bring comfort to those with obstacles, and help us all to take the time and make the efforts to be kind and to help one another. Bless our city and its staff. Guide our hearts and our minds so that our choices are wise and right as we continue to serve our city. Amen.
Thank you very much. I'll take the report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, April 29th.
Thank you. May we have a motion to waive further reading of resolution and ordinance as after number and title?
Move to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Torrance, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communication. Item 9A, the COVID-19 recovery update. Item 9C, receive update on Coyote management program and provide direction on options for trapping. And item 10A, conduct public hearing regarding proposed amendments to Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to regulation of short-term rentals. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to announce that the Citizen Development Enrichment Committee met virtually yesterday evening. The committee debriefed on the 2020 display and will make a recommendation to City Council as part of the city's 2-year 2021 through 23 operating budget to include various city-funded safety measures. The committee also directed staff to explore the concept of a temporary permit parking district for the Seaside Ranchos neighborhood. Per the committee's direction, staff also reached out to the Seaside Neighborhood Association to coordinate a meeting with incoming Police Chief Hart. Staff will be bringing a separate item forward regarding permit parking, and the city-funded safety measures will be brought forward as part of the upcoming budget workshops. Thank you to the Seaside Neighborhood Association and Seaside Ranchos residents for your continued partnership with the city. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk Rebecca Poirier.
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Torrance is currently accepting applications for city commissions. Commission appointments will take place at the City Council meeting on Tuesday, June 8th, 2021, and the application deadline is Thursday, May 6th at 5 p.m. Applications will be accepted by dropping them off at the City Clerk's office via U.S. mail or via email to cityclerk@torranceca.gov. Postmarks will not be accepted. Applicants must be an elector of the City of Torrance and have completed commissioner certification training within the last 2 years to be eligible for appointment. For more information, please visit torranceca.gov/government/commissions or call the office of the City Clerk at 310-618-2870. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. On to community matters. Item 6A is a proclamation declaring May 2nd through the 8th as Municipal Clerks Week in the City of Torrance. Councilmember Chen, would you do the honors?
Absolutely, Mayor. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government existing throughout the world, is the most historic position of public servants, and whereas the office of the municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, province, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishment of the office of the municipal clerk.
Now therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the week of May 2nd through May 8th, 2021 as Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend our appreciation to our city clerk, Ms. Rebecca Poirier. Deputy City Clerk 3, Ariana Harba Shirazi. Deputy City Clerk 2, Renee Salazar. Deputy City Clerk 1, Michelle Pena. Deputy City Clerk 1, Samantha Cerda. Records Management Specialist, Leticia Garcia. And Office Assistants, Marlene Hansen and Teresa Yeniguez. And all of the municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Signed this 4th day of May, 2021. Ms. Poirier, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, Your Honor, I would. This is my opportunity to recognize all the hard work of my team. I have an awesome team. This past 6 months to a year, we've processed 1,697 public records requests, 56 new contracts, and 33 amendments to contracts. We've scanned and imported 41,226 documents into Laserfish, with new records scanned and added every day. We've opened the Laserfish public portal for residents to search records from the comfort of their homes. We've certified 109 residents to be eligible to apply for our commissions. We've processed 353 conflict of interest forms with 100% filed on time. We've received and processed 12 appeals to City Council. We've posted 60 City Council agendas, including revised agendas, and 124 commission agendas. We've processed 75 subpoenas in 2020 and 30 subpoenas in 2021. We've processed 288 claim forms. We've handled 58 bids and RFPs, and we've updated the retention schedule in compliance with new laws. I'd like to thank my team for all their hard work this past year. Thank you, Your Honor.
And I want to add that it was all done with smiles. Your whole team always smiles. They never gripe about their request, whether it's from the council, the mayor, or from the public, and that's certainly appreciated. And the new portal, you can go down memory lane right on the clerk's portion of the city website. You can see minutes from council meetings back in the 50s, and even before that. So if you really are into the history of our city, it's a great portal to look into that history. And we know history is most important for us to go forward. So thank you for all your efforts. We all appreciate it, everybody up here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We move on to item 6B, which is a proclamation declaring May 2021 as Older Americans Month in the city of Torrance. And I'd ask Councilmember Ashcraft, would you read this for us, please?
At least you didn't call me the older American.
I would dare.
Whereas every year, May is designated as Older Americans Month, a time to honor and recognize the tremendous contributions of older adults across the nation. And whereas the theme of Older Americans Month 2021 is Communities of Strength, recognizing that older adults build strength into their community every day, whether through bold acts or quieter ones. When older adults of different backgrounds, abilities, and talents share their gifts through action, storytelling, or service, a strong and resilient community is built, which is something to celebrate. And whereas in the Torrance community, older adults continue to build strength and resilience in their own lives through their successes, disappointments, joys, and difficulties. Their stories and contributions help support and inspire others. And whereas older adults have faced many obstacles this past year, but continue to move forward, sharing their conversations with friends, working in the garden, learning to Zoom, or even trying new recipes. Engaging in new activities and experiences allows older Americans to gain the confidence necessary to face new challenges. And whereas this year, the City of Torrance will celebrate Older Americans Month by encouraging community members to share their experiences, look for the joy in the everyday, reach out to neighbors, build new skills, and share their stories. When everyone works together for the greater good good of our community, we build a brighter future for all.
Now therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2021 as Older Americans Month in the city of Torrance, and I urge all of our residents to acknowledge the older adults in their lives who make such an impactful difference in our community. Signed this 4th day of May, 2021. I understand that the proclamation is being accepted by Ms. Debbie Reed and our Commission on Aging Chair, Kay Grunhouse, and Commissioner Rosie Mayfield. And if we don't have a connection with the call center,
Debbie Reed, are you on the phone line?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a few words?
Yes, I do. Sorry. Mayor and City Council, City staff, the Older American Award is a great opportunity for the Commission on Aging to honor seniors that volunteer in the City of Torrance. This year, because of COVID, there were very limited opportunities for volunteering, so the Commission broadened their criteria this year only to include volunteers who volunteered in Torrance but did not necessarily live in Torrance. So tonight we congratulate this evening's honorees, and they will be noticed at a future City Council meeting. And to let everybody know, we'll be accepting nominees in February for the 2021 year. Thank you very much.
thank you. Is Ms. Grunhouse there too?
Kay, are you on the line? Rosie Mayfair, are you on the line? I don't believe that they called in, Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you. We certainly do appreciate their service on our Commission on Aging, that's for darn sure. We move on to item 6C, which is a recognition of 8th grade students selected for Students in Government Day program for 2021. At this time, we would like to acknowledge that today would have been our 15th annual Students in Government Day, a program where Torrance students take over City Hall and then conduct business during their own televised City Council meeting. In Torrance, we believe that continuing to improve our community can and should involve everyone, regardless of age. It's unfortunate that due to the precautions being taken with regard to COVID-19, the city is unable to host this year's activities. While the students could not be here in person, we have prepared certificates to acknowledge their achievement. We also want to recognize the 21 8th grade students whose essays were chosen from more than 300 that were submitted. They answered the prompt. Due to coronavirus, students have faced challenges in their daily lives. Create a socially distant program for Torrance students to stay connected to their peers, remain physically active, and to support their mental health. How would you implement this program, and how would it benefit the community? Themes from this year's essays included ideas for students to lead classes for their peers in subjects like dance, cooking, or art, exercise challenges that can be done and shared virtually, and working on projects together via teleconferencing platforms. Other ideas included programs where students can meet online or socially distanced in person to offer peer-to-peer support via sharing stories or in online clubs geared to interests such as art, books, nature, and more. Another idea was for a virtual talent show for students. Some ideas included ways to let students connect with each other while helping those less fortunate, including creating care packages for people experiencing homelessness, and writing notes and drawing pictures for people in assisted living facilities. Normally, the students from middle schools across Torrance would get some behind-the-scene tours and get to see how city departments operate. They would have the chance to shadow a department head or an elected official before conducting a mock city council meeting right here. I know the students are disappointed to be missing this unique opportunity, and I'm also disappointed, as are all of us here in the city. We're very, very proud that so many creative and thoughtful young people are part of our community. We thank all of the students who submitted essays, as well as their parents, teachers, principals, and school and district personnel who make this program possible. And thank you to the selection committee for all their efforts in support of Students in Government Day. I'd like to personally give a special thanks to committee member Keith Montoya. Keith has been a part of this program since the very beginning, reading thousands of essays over the years, and this will be his final year. Thank you, sir, for your dedication to the program. You really helped make it the success that it is. Now I'm going to turn this over to staff to present the 21 eighth graders selected for the 2020 Students and Government Day. Ms. Jill Reed.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jill Reed with the City Manager's Office. I'm pleased to present the Students and Government Day class of 2021. Mara Brito, St. James Catholic School. Samantha Capagan, Jefferson Middle School. Alexis Choi, Calle Mayor Middle School. Lila Diaz, St. Catherine Labouré School. Cassandra Elizalde, Calle Mayor Middle School. Quinton Fontanilla, St. Catherine Labouré School. Michaela Gaspar, St. James Catholic School. Dorina Glenn, Casimir Middle School. Kayla Hahn, First Lutheran School. Charles M., Jefferson Middle School. Sydney Joseph, First Lutheran School. Gianna Cates, Riviera Hall Lutheran School. Chloe Karoom, Richardson Middle School. Luke Kraus, Riviera Hall Middle School. Kayla Lee, Jefferson Middle School. Joseph Lichtenstein, Jefferson Middle School. Nadia Lombera, St. Catherine Labouré School. Kaylin Magpock, St. Catherine Labouré School. Daniel Ryu, Jefferson Middle School. Ava Valdez, St. James Catholic School. And Sophia Yoshimura, Jefferson Middle School. For anyone who wants more information about the Students and Government Day program, please visit torranceca.gov/SAG. Thank you, and congratulations to all of the students.
Thank you, Jill, and congratulations on behalf of my colleagues to all of the students as well. And now we have Ms. Cindy Scotto, the co-chair of the Students and Government Day Committee, on the line to say a few words. Hello, Cindy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You look fantastic on the council dais tonight. I wanted to thank you, Mayor, for giving us such a fantastic summary of the essays and the program itself. You did most of my work, so thank you for that. And also, I would like to thank staff, particularly Jill Reed, for putting those photos together. It was really nice to see the students. We didn't get to go meet them this year, Mayor, and so it was nice to see their faces on the screen. I wanted to also congratulate all the students that were chosen. Thank the Mayor and Council for your continued support. And, of course, we always have to thank our superintendent at TUSD, Tim Stowe, as well as the principals of the other schools that participated, First Lutheran, Riviera Hall, St. Catherine, Labouré, and St. James Schools. We had a special challenge this year as we had to do everything virtually. So the students had to get all their information online, submit their essays online, and the superintendent and Torrance Unified, as well as these other principals, made that possible for us. So we appreciate their time and effort. We thank all the students who wrote essays. It was a challenging year for them as well, and I'm hoping that they got a little bit off their chest on how they were feeling about being home with COVID-19. I would also, again, like to thank the Students and Government team. Sandy Monda is my co-chair. My readers are Jerry Ronan, Donna Duperon, and as mentioned, Keith Montoya, who will be leaving us this year. So we look forward to coming back next year. We're going to have our 2022 16th Annual Students and Government Day, and hopefully we'll be in the council chambers with the rest of you. So have a good evening, have a good meeting, And thank you all again for your continued support.
Well, thank you, Cindy. Thank you for the kind words and all the effort that you and your entire committee put forth on this. You've been with us from the beginning as well, and it couldn't have been done without your guidance and your support to get it done. And as you said, it's always a great day when we get an opportunity to do it here in City Council. Next year, we look forward to it, and we look forward to the next crop of great children in the city of Torrance. We know every time we do it that our future looks pretty bright, because if these are the 8th graders in our city that can perform that well, then we know things are looking bright for our community. So my best to you, and say hi to Frank for me too.
I shall. Thank you, Mayor. Have a good meeting.
Bye-bye. Okay, we're now moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, and they will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on. Or if you may want to make a general comment, there's no problem with that, but there is a delay in the broadcast. Do not try to follow what you may hear on the broadcast, because we ask you to turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and do not use Bluetooth or speakerphones. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We'd like to get as many people in as possible, and if you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell if you're on topic, you'll get a warning to get back on topic. And if you do not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic once more, you will forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to the City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting and move on. Please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. So we'll turn it over to the call center at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin to transfer in calls.
Thank you.
Ruth H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on the Coyote 9C plus general orals.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay. This is Ruth Hart. You've heard me many times before. I'm speaking in favor of year-round trapping. I live in the Lower Riviera. We have only had a few sightings, but in the last couple of months, we have picked up 3 sightings on our Ring cameras in the middle of the night. The first one was 1 large coyote. The second one was 3 young ones, and the last one was 1 young one. We've always kept our cats in at night, but now we can't even let them out during the day because we just don't trust the revision of the coyotes. They're clearly increasing. And it's not only making them unhappy, but it's also making some of our neighbors unhappy who are, our cats have always been very friendly, and we have walkers and dog walkers and kids next door who have asked us if the cats are okay because they haven't seen them so long. So I just wanted to say that I think 5 months trapping is not sufficient, and that's it.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Penny A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yeah, general oral public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you, and good evening, members of the Torrance City Council. I am calling in tonight to demand that you take action to hold the Torrance Police Department accountable for their extrajudicial murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. At a bare minimum, you must fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. I also stand with the community in demanding that you take immediate action, to establish a civilian oversight body. These are actions you can take and you must take immediately. If you don't, well, we'll be back next week. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Diana M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, this is Diana Mendoza from PETA. I'm calling about item 9C.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
We're asking you to do the fiscally responsible, humane thing and replace this outdated, ineffective coyote trapping program, which has failed to work so far, with humane methods that have been proven to work in other Southern California cities. Long-term effective and humane methods like public information, attractant elimination, hazing, enforcement of feeding prohibitions, and reporting of sightings and encounters does the most to resolve human-coyote conflict. It will also save Torrance tens of thousands of dollars a year. The San Gabriel Valley Council of Government plan costs each participating city $10,000 a year, a fraction of Torrance's annual trapping budget. Choosing to continue funding a $70,000 plan to trap and kill coyotes indiscriminately, despite evidence that it doesn't work, is the definition of fiscal irresponsibility. We believe the citizens and wildlife of Torrance deserve better. Please vote to eliminate trapping. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications and 6B.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
In regards to 6B, my heart breaks for the family of Christopher, who will never get to grow old because his life was stolen. Unfortunately, he was not the only one. This is a pattern of the city and of the police department. Anthony Chavez was responsible for at least 2 of these murders. Not only the murder of Christopher, but also the murder of Michael David Lopez. The murder of both of these men was a life stolen, a life that never got to grow old, a family who was robbed of the opportunity to see them grow old. This is on each of you. The blood is on your hands. I would like to submit to record and make it known that just today, before your 2 p.m. deadline, that 35 emails were submitted, and 34 of them were in support of the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and the demands put forth by his mother and family. The other one was a general email about racism and policing in general. You know the demands by heart now. They are simple and beyond reasonable. 1, create a civilian oversight commission of the police department, and 2, fire the officers who killed Christopher, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. For fools with such ego, it is dumbfounding that instead of taking initiative and dealing with this through necessary and reasonable action, that you instead will be forced through lawsuits, the DA and SB2, to take action. You will all be further exposed for the egotistical, sniveling, racist cowards that you are. You refused the grand jury, and the difference is that they backed off, and we never fucking will. It is our duty to do this work and to call on you to do the work, to do your job. Not just the tokenism and performative nature that you do, but with integrity, compassion, and equity. I know all of these things are clearly a challenge for you. Maybe you don't even understand what some of those words mean. But we will hold you to these standards, and we will hold you to our demands. Justice in the name of Christopher. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Gabby F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, everyone. I was calling in support of the police department. As you may know, they're celebrating 100 years this month, and I just want to thank them for everything they do. I think they're doing a wonderful job. I really appreciate that they continue to show up to work regardless of everything that is going on. And I also want to congratulate the new chief. Welcome. He's already been working for that department, but welcome as a chief. And we also learned that there are 5 new officers in the city of Torrance that were recently sworn in. And I also want to welcome them to our wonderful city. And once again, I want to thank our amazing police department. The city of Torrance is what it is because of them. And we truly appreciate everything they do. and we are here to support them as much as they support us. Thank you very much.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Judith S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9C.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and City Council. Hello, my name is Judith Simmons, and I've been a Torrance resident since 1976. I'm calling representing more than 3,200 members of the South Bay Coyote Activity Group. What agency is responsible for coyote population control in our city? The responsibility for coyote population control falls upon our City of Torrance government. We need a well-rounded coyote management plan that includes year-round population control. Local trappers are needed for cost efficiency and hotspot coverage. Coyote overpopulation is a year-round problem. It deserves to be made a priority year-round.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. TJ, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on oral 69C.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. His life matters, and we need to see the Torrance City Council create a civilian oversight committee. Fire Matthew McLannon and Anthony Chavez. And why exactly is enacting a civilian oversight committee too big a move for the City Council? And what are you actually afraid of? The civilian oversight committee wouldn't even be able to fire officers or hire new officers or even set the discipline recommendations, but they would be able to reveal an unbiased truth that the police cannot provide. The Torrance Police Department also should have policy mandates that the police are required to follow to actually de-escalate conflicts. Use force only as a last resort. Intervene to stop excessive force and report violations of law and policy by other officers. And if you had any of these measures in place, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell would be alive. Policing and law enforcement have survived all major historical moments in this country only because they are the literal gatekeepers of white supremacy. In this country's perpetual and legalized state-sanctioned violence. Your officers, Concannon and Chavez, and all law enforcement will continue to function in its original form of policing, which is to cause violence and maintain a commitment to targeting black, brown, immigrant communities. Police do not keep anyone safe. And if they did keep anyone safe, we wouldn't have to fear mass shootings on a daily basis in this country. All that they do is respond and increase violence. Only those white, wealthy, and complicit to the fact that there is an expectation in this country about who is supposed to be policed and who is not supposed to be policed feel safe by the police. We should be talking about community. We should be talking about new forms of public safety that would have kept Christopher alive and safe. But here we are after generations talking about police reform when it doesn't work. 3 people killed every day in this country by the police. This rotten, racist tree of law enforcement and policing needs to be uprooted. Police cannot reform themselves, but you can help with Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's murder and create a civilian oversight committee. Prove to your community members that you all care about those who live in Torrance, including Christopher, who did not deserve to be killed within 15 seconds of the officers arriving on the scene. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, I shouldn't know his name within this context. He should be alive. Regarding 6B, I mirror the sentiments of an earlier caller who brought attention to the heartbreaking truth that these stolen lives will never grow old. And regarding 9C, I'm against the trapping of any animal. Coyotes may be spooky, but essentially harmless unless in a pack, and they shouldn't be trapped. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Elizabeth P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
In 6B.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Mayor Fury and members of the council, I need you to fire Officers Concannon and Chavez and set up a civilian oversight commission.
it has been way too long that we've been asking the same things. In regards to people who are calling in to say they support the police by not allowing them to continue having these horrible, murderous people on the force. If you want to be proud of your police, then you should be able to have civilian oversight without worrying about what it's going to uncover. And I also was here last week and was completely disgusted by these Karens calling themselves patriots. I'm a patriot. And you know what? These people who are talking about saying these racist things about how Christopher should be dead and and this and that, you don't know the history of this country. You don't even know. You don't know what this is based in. It's been going on like this, and you know he would have been alive if he were white, and that's just it. And we have been asking this for almost 3 years now. Unless you have something to hide, you should be able to set up an oversight commission. And it is a complete tragedy that the African American community and males are subject to the rate of police violence against them. We see it over and over and over again. We don't need to call in to prove it to you. It's all over the news every day in every city across the nation. This is obviously a systemic issue, and you need to take action now.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Kim, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Can you hear me? Yes. What agenda item are you calling on, ma'am? 6B and 7. Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
I'm just calling, same reason why the other callers were calling, demanding that you set up a civilian oversight committee and demanding that the officers responsible for Christopher's murder be killed. No, I'm demanding that they be fired and held accountable for murdering this young man who unfortunately will not have the opportunity to grow old. He will not have the opportunity to spend any more time with his mother. He will not have the opportunity to be honored as an elder in the community. His life was stolen, and he will not have any of that luxury that you're giving out to citizens of Torrance. It's just disgusting. It's the fact that you will not honor what was done to him and to hold the police officers, Chavez and Contanan, holding them accountable for what they did, for what they could possibly do in the future, because they were not held accountable for this murder. It is a tragedy, and it's disgusting that you all will not do anything about it before the DA does. And that's fine, but it's just going to make you look really sad and really racist for having let this go on all this time. And I feel horrible for his mother. I have a son, and if something had happened like this happened to my son, I would be friggin' devastated, and I'd be calling here every friggin' week without fail, because my child will not get the opportunity to grow old, just like everyone here. He won't, because the likelihood of him being killed by police is way higher than any white citizen, way. And you should do your part in honoring what was done to him, but you won't, because we've been calling and calling, so you'll just have to wait for the DA. I have nothing else to say.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
It's so pathetic that so many people have to call in and praise the police for simply doing their jobs, which they get a salary for, by the way. I'm used to working and getting my salary and not expecting my community members to call in and give me praise. Never mind the fact that they murder people. We're talking about coyotes. You think a coyote is a predator that needs to be trapped? Torrance police are predators. They are roaming the streets at night, killing people. That's happening to human beings. And you guys don't seem to give a fuck. Fire Anthony Chavez, fire Matthew Concannon. Hold some accountability for your police department. And welcome to the new police chief, by the way. I'm sure you'll try to spin all this in a really lovely way. We look forward to going
head-to-head with you on this issue. I stand with Sherilyn. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'd like to begin with a hot tip, and that is that you can thank teachers by keeping the community safe for our students and their families. Your obstinance, your allegiances, your lack of moral fortitude, your lack of awareness about where this is going, or just flat lack of will to do what is in your best interest and the interest of the city of Torrance. It's all very clear. So all I'm gonna do is keep calling and keep holding up a mirror. And I will keep doing it with the awareness that you are unwilling to look yourself in the face, and that's been clear for 2.5 years. We will keep doing it, saying it, until you take accountability or are forced to. Black Lives Matter. Christopher's life matters. We're not going to go away. I know that you think that you're holding us at bay with your...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because our time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Marina T., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9C and oral communication.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. First of all, thank you for listening to your constituents and taking action. You started a 5-month coyote trapping program because you care for public safety, you care about your constituents. I am addressing you today to request that you approve year-round trapping of coyotes. Coyotes roaming our neighborhoods are displaying increasing aggression, which increases the risk of serious injury to all residents. At worst, a child or older resident may be killed. Trapping only 5 months allows the coyote population to increase despite occasional trapping. Coyotes are prolific breeders. Every litter is 6 to 9 pups. Doing the math, we are allowing the coyote population to grow exponentially. If we do not trap coyotes, more pet killings and certainly more human attacks will occur. Coyotes have the same fate like cats and dogs do. Overpopulation will lead to euthanasia programs. This too will be the fate of many coyotes if the population continues to grow unabated. It is the only logical outcome. Coexistence programs do not work. There is not one city in our nation that has been successful following this plan. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Gina V., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Tuesdays, when a day of civic engagement becomes a dreaded day, it tells me something is very wrong in our society. And something is especially wrong in the society of Torrance specifically. You have been given multiple years to address the racism in your policing. Your failure to do so shows that the racism isn't just in your police force, but rampant in your city and on this council as well. The fact that you all lose your minds more about being called a racist than actually being racist seals it. You are racist, but even racists can change. So Torrance, let's do that. Let's change Torrance. Let's be more than a city that says Black Lives Matter and proclaims February Black History Month. You can actually be for Black lives by honoring the life of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and issue a proclamation to Sister Sherilyn and tell her that her son matters.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. David K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes. Item 6A and oral.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and City Council, good to see you all. I want to first off disclose that I am the City of Torrance Planning Commissioner. I'm not speaking on behalf of the city tonight. First off, congratulations to Rebecca Poirier and her staff. We are so lucky to have you all. And congratulations on
the proclamation tonight. As a Torrance Planning Commissioner, I have strong opinions on a lot of what's on the agenda, but I don't believe it would be appropriate to comment on most of this agenda's items. I do want to say that the Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation and the city are finally able to have in-person events in the Torino Plaza, and you can get tickets, if they're not already sold out, at torrancearts.org. I hope to see you all there. Last week I had a conflicting meeting and was unable to call in until it was too late. I had no comments on last week's budget, but I had the opportunity to voice my appreciation of other departments in the past, and I wanted to say that I've had the opportunity to work with all four of these departments presented, and we're so lucky to live in a city like Torrance. General Services Group, I probably worked with this group the least, but I've interacted with many in my role at TOCA, and I've been very impressed with their hard work and support of the community. Our fire department is incredible. Unfortunately, my father-in-law is declining health over the last several months. We've needed them in my house a lot more, but every time they've been extremely professional and caring. They were supportive to my family and kids in this hard time, and they were a comfort to Manuel at the end of his life. As a former Parks and Recreation Commissioner, I've had firsthand experience with the men and women of the Community Services Department and their hard work caring for our parks, to their providing quality content, to their conserving our precious resources, to building railings and ramps for our senior residents. Parks make life better, and these people make the parks. As a planning commissioner, I've had the honor of working with the Community Development Department. They're extremely knowledgeable, efficient, and constantly looking for ways to better serve the community.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jamie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I just wanted to give oral. By the way, my pronouns are she, her.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you so much. So I've read the detailed report by District Attorney Jackie Lacey, whom I will admit I don't actually like. And the report goes as follows. This is the report on the shooting. Con Cannon began to speak with Mitchell, asking him, "What are you doing here, man?" Mitchell's hand came off the steering wheel and towards his lap, and at that point, Con Cannon followed the movement of Mitchell's hand towards the lap, and when he saw Con Cannon believed was a firearm, Con Cannon drew his service weapon and said, "Don't move, don't move." And in response, Mitchell raised his hand back to his shoulder level, and Mitchell looked at Con Cannon, apologized twice, and again moved his hands down, and that's when Con Cannon put away his flashlight and switched to a 200 firing position, and Con Cannon told Mitchell to get out of the car. Now, I'm sorry to anybody that was traumatic to hear again, but I want to share with you what common sense has allowed me to determine. That instructing someone to get up with something in your lap is instructing that person to address that item in their lap. The result of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell complying with those instructions.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Harriet D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, 9C.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Taria Beadle. I'm a resident of Torrance. I've been a resident of Torrance for 32 years. I've spoken many times at the City Council regarding this issue. Basically, what I'm speaking tonight about is on the Coyote Management Plan. And what I would like to ask is that tonight you take careful consideration of the plan because I know it's going to be voted on tonight. And I'm really calling tonight to speak and represent our Coyote, Evict Coyotes team, and the plan needing to be extended to year-round trapping. I'm representing the city of Torrance, our residents who've lost their pets and continue to fear for their own safety. And I would hope that you would take into consideration, I'd actually urge you to take this into.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Hi, P. You are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on 9C.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
9C.
Your 1 minute starts now, ma'am.
Thank you. I am a South Bay resident for over 35 years. Moved away for 4, came back. moved into a new place, and in 6 days, my beautiful emotional support animal, the love of my life, was killed by a coyote. I've never, in the 35 years I lived here before, heard or saw a coyote, and now it's just rampant, and we are under siege. And she was all I had, and I loved her so much. It's not just that they're pets. They are part of our family. They are who we rely on for laughter and light and love. And she's gone. So it's a problem year-round. The solution should be year-round. And we did not ask for this. The coyotes are taking over. Please help. Thank you so much. And I love you, Aurelio.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Matthew D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9C.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now. I'm sorry, your 1 minute starts now.
More than 3 months have passed since I submitted a public records request to the city clerk's office for information from October of 20 through to January of 21. One request was for the method of dispatch used by critter busters to kill trapped coyotes. The month of December of 20, 9 coyotes were trapped and killed. Merry Christmas. Anyway, I contacted the city clerk's office a month ago and was told my request was, quote, being reviewed by the city attorney's office. So I'm hoping for some true civic transparency from the city of Torrance. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Karina K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
1 minute is not enough for me to tell you how much you guys are sadistic, sociopathic, fucking freaks of fucking nature, okay? I'm calling to uplift the demands of Sister Sherilyn, who's the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I'm calling to uplift the demands to fire the murderous officers, Anthony Chavez and Matthew fucking Contanen. I am calling to let all you motherfuckers know that it's no surprise that you can let someone die in your fucking city and not blink a fucking eye. You guys are dehumanized yourselves. You cannot affirm life, and therefore you guys are fucking dead yourselves. You look like shit. You look like absolute fucking hell. So, what you need to do, what the city of Torrance needs, what the Torrance Police Department needs, is a fucking civilian oversight commission. Can you do that? Can you fucking do that? Can you even pretend to fucking do that? You look like fucking hell, and we're not going anywhere. We're not talking to a bunch of dumbasses. We're not going...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Teresa H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9C and oral communications.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Fury and City Council. While it's greatly appreciated that with the 5 months of trapping that you've authorized, it's not enough for this highly invasive and adaptable predator to get them under control. Attacks and sightings are still occurring. They are continuing to boldly jump over 6-foot walls into residential backyards and viciously kill pets and put children and the elderly at risk of attack. Let's not underestimate coyotes in any way, shape, or form. On its own, a coyote without a pack can kill a deer by biting its hindquarters, hanging on until the deer collapses from exhaustion. Pets and children are no problem. This is not fiction. This isn't hate for the animal. This is a day in the life of a coyote in the wild. The same animal is running our city streets with free abandon and no predator except humans to control it. Is this really the type of animal we want roaming our residential streets? Let's get serious about pet and public safety. Increase the trapping to year-round until the problem is under control. The science proves it works. Will you embrace science or feel-good ideology? The ball is in your court. We'll do our part, but the city must do theirs to restore safety for all. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Pork chop, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hello, Katie. I would like to talk on 8B, 8C, 9C, and a little comment about the partnership for the Christmas lights and oral communication.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. First of all, I would like to talk about my YouTube channel. I put on some great videos this week. I recommend every one of you to watch it. And it costs you nothing. Just watch my channel, and you know what goes down in the city. For Mr. Griffiths, I would like to mention he calls this a partnership, and the city of Torrance has nothing to do with this event. This Christmas light event is a non-city sponsored event. Then he calls it a partnership. Mr. Griffith, what kind of partnership is that when the city of Torrance put in $70,000 last year, $70,000 from the taxpayers' money, and the Seaside Ranchos residents put in zero. The residents who want this show running and ask for protection put in $0, $0. And the partnership city puts in $70,000. I never had a partnership with anybody who did not contribute that to the partnership business. Now go back to 8B, $136,000 for radios. I okay this purchase, but make sure these radios going to work from the LA County Beach parking lot, because all these people you're going to give these radios, they are at the LA County Beach parking lot more often than ever. So make sure the radios work from the LA County Beach. Now let's go to 8C. After 9 years of construction, you have the audacity to come up with this easement problem. You have an easement problem after you're doing a construction on PCH and Hawthorne Boulevard over 9 years and $90 million freaking dollars. You spent $19 million already, nothing to show, and you're asking for an easement now? Okay. 9C, don't feed the coyotes. If no food, coyote goes away. No food, the coyote goes away. You're trapping innocent animals, torturing them. You know, you could just shoot the animals, but no, you're trapping them. You're torturing them for a day or two. And we have laws already. Torrance has a law, no feeding birds, no feeding wild animals. Don't feed the coyote. If you don't feed them, they piss away. They go someplace else. And find those people, give out citations for people who leave food outside. Cat food, dog food, and cats and dogs. If you leave your cat outside all night and the coyote...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pat B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Calling on item 6B and oral communication.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
As some callers before me have already stated, you can make this whole, older Americans month gesture, but Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's never going to get to live to be old, thanks to Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon murdering him. His mother is going to have to grow old without her son by her side. She's going to have to grow old holding her grief. How does your precious little month honor her in the wake of that pain? Furthermore, as long as you allow murderers like Chavez and Concannon to walk your streets, your other elderly residents are in danger every single day. You got folks calling in about the coyotes being such a threat to safety, but nobody seems to give a shit. Well, I shouldn't say nobody. There's a lot of us calling in, aren't there? We take up the majority of your time nowadays, don't we? Not enough people care about the threat to safety that police officers in Torrance pose to civilians living in your city. Christopher should still be here, and I don't give a damn what cute little excuses pro-coppers want to call in with as to attempts to justify his murder, because there is no justification. Police shouldn't kill. Chavez and Concanon should be fired. Police aren't superior. They're not special. They don't get to run around murdering people with no consequences, or they certainly shouldn't. That has to change. And you should also have a civilian oversight commission to take a small step toward ending that disgusting trend within your city. It's absolutely reprehensible. There is no excuse to murder someone, period. To say it's their job is disgusting and morally reprehensible and shows how depraved.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General orals and 6B.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
It's so troubling to hear all of the hateful comments made each week about the character of a young man who was a victim of police murder. None of these self-righteous, self-serving, and self-proclaimed patriots knew Christopher nor his mother, Sherilyn, and have no business weighing in on their character and the, quote, choices they made. Having choices denotes privilege. Assuming that someone had the same opportunities and options you did is a projection of your privilege. Because of systemic inequity, i.e. racism, we are not all equally resourced nor protected by our publicly funded institutions. Had we all the same economic opportunities and community investment, we would have had more advantageous choices, or even choices at all. That's the underlying issue here, that wealth disparities are symptoms of unequal distribution of and access to resources and investment. That is what defunding the police means, addressing systemic inequities by reinvesting in community health and well-being to ensure that everyone has housing, health care, child care, equitable education, clean and healthy environments, access to healthy foods, green jobs, and clean energy. Crime is a symptom of divestment and insecurity when basic needs go unmet. We don't need police to curb crime. We need public dollars in the right places. And that starts with bringing forth justice and accountability for community harm resulting from Christopher's murder. Listen to our calls for Civilian Oversight Commission and hold killer cops accountable for their misconduct, just as we as civilians are held to account every day in our personal and professional lives. Not only was Christopher's life stolen, but now his dignity, his right to be remembered with grace, his power to tell his story. And all of this because a handful of fearful white supremacists are afraid of truth and justice. This is what shirking accountability looks like. It pits neighbor against neighbor and results in community conflict and chaos. There can be no peace without justice. Fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon and establish a Civilian Oversight Commission. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Carolyn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Another Mother's Day is passing again. Everybody know who has a child. That becomes our first love. We carry them 9 months. Their heartbeat. We fall in love with them. It's them. We love so much. They grow up. They're the love of your life. And then it slowly just that's that quick. It gone. And then the people who's supposed to protect you, they walk away like nothing happened. My son was all I had in this world, the love of my life. And he's not here anymore. I miss him so much. I thank everybody for calling in and standing in solidarity with me and the life of my son. I miss him so much, y'all. I wish he was here. I wish they didn't have to.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, 6A, 6B, and oral.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Okay, first I did want to say that good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I stand in solidarity with the Torrance Police Department, firefighters, city workers, and all first responders. And I did want to wish the clerks and especially the lovely ladies who do answer the phone
They do a great job. And Older Americans Month, I think that's great. We all should, learn from older Americans. They're very wise, and we should listen carefully to them because they know the history. And now let's talk about Mr. Mitchell. Okay, I keep hearing tonight how he deserved to grow old. He had nobody but himself to blame for not growing old. He was a career criminal. I could read his rap sheet again. All you people out there in TV land, you can go to YouTube and watch the video. He was wrong. He was in a stolen car. He was playing games, and he got himself shot. And it's a tragedy. Yes, it's a tragedy. And let's not forget all the Black Lives Matter people who are calling in, and I'm sure getting paid every week to call in by Black Lives Matter. Let's not fool ourselves on that. Just because you can have a child, you shouldn't have a child just to have a child. You're responsible for bringing that child up and teaching them right from wrong. And I keep hearing a lot of, a lot of blame being put on the police department. Well, no. I think where the outreach should go is to tell people when you're pulled over, how you're supposed to react, and what you're supposed to do so everybody can go home safe. Those officers deserve to go home safe from their job just like everybody else. And Mr. Mitchell did not afford them that. And I know that they did not want to have to shoot that night. They were cleared of the charges. Everybody had chimed in. They were cleared of the charges. So, let's just stop this killer cop talk. And I've been watching these people for a long time, since before COVID. And I was actually a little bit feeling sorry for Sister Sherilyn, but about 4 weeks ago, she showed her two colors. And you don't have me anymore, sister. So,
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. BJ, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A, 6B in public comment.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
My name's BJ. I'm an Angelino here, actually standing in solidarity with somebody because the caller before me clearly doesn't know what that word means. I want to say to Miss Sherilyn, we love you, we feel you, and that we got your back, especially during this trying time of Mother's Day. And the disgrace for leaders on this call would somehow gain some type of political power are the horrific pervasion of American democracy. I know that person before me, Torrance Patriot, might not understand all the words I just said, but let me run through just the absolute evilness that this person was able to spout, which is likely what you horrible council members likely nodded in agreement with, especially that trash-faced Matucci and his horrible selection of dress. But, Fury's probably scared and not showing his face because that's what, Torrance is all about right now, liberal white supremacy, being able to hide in certain spaces and being tolerable to idiots and low-frequency thinkers like Torrance Patriot. So, let me go in by saying nobody's paid to do this work. We just have a spiritual duty that ignorant white supremacists like Torrance Patriot won't understand and aren't connected to. Plain and simple. We don't need financial compensation to do what's right and what's righteous. That's why we stand in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, demanding that officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be immediately fired, as well that a civilian oversight commission be created. This moment we're in is not one where, looking back only a year, that you have any context for making any type of statements on people actually doing the work for true justice and true equality, rather than supporting domestic terrorist forces like the killer cops in Torrance's police department. So, I just can't believe that another human being would have the disgusting soul to say that an individual shot by bullets was the one responsible for their own death, when that individual was apologizing, was waking up from a nap like any normal human being, and the simple premise that you shouldn't have to be perfect in order to get home just seems to be lost on Torrance Patriot. So I just curse her spirit. I hope the worst things happen to her that can happen, because she clearly has no stance on what morally righteous and morally evil is today.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Ann P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9C and general comment.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
We do have a coyote problem here in the South Bay area. It is dangerous for humans and for pets. There does need to be a solution, and I do agree we do need to have it so that not feeding animals and leaving out food, it should be even more mandated. But these are very dangerous, and they are by nature savages. And they're fine in the wild, but in the city, it's dangerous for them, and it's dangerous for them, for citizens as well. I would like to say that as for call-in, I believe that everyone that calls in and everyone present is deserving of respect and honor. There is never an excuse for verbal or emotional abuse. It doesn't matter what color you are, what your occupation is. It doesn't matter what you do. There should never be any foul language, obscenity, or vulgarity. And the fact that our city council is constantly allowing vulgarities and obscenities in the name of the First Amendment is atrocious. The First Amendment does not protect verbal abuse. It does not protect emotional abuse. And this happens all the time here by people who call in who are racist, and they assume that because people on our city council have a certain skin color, that they have a certain ideology. Racism needs to stop at all levels. All lives matter. And I think, if anything, maybe the DMV booklet should have in it that you are not allowed to drive.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Louise, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Well, communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
The previous caller clearly doesn't know anything about racism and how it actually works, nor do they appear to understand power dynamics on the most basic level, nor do they understand free speech, nor do they understand, actual abuse. But I digress on that. I'm calling in solidarity with Charlene Haynes and Black Lives Matter and all the rest of the supporters of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell to demand justice in his name, to demand the firing of Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, to demand that a civilian oversight commission be established in Torrance to hold the Torrance police accountable and to end their corruption, or at least take a step toward that. Policing is an inherently dangerous institution. It is inherently violent.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Guli, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, I am calling to uplift a demand to fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, who murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I am calling in. My name is Bully, and my last name is Bitch, and I'm calling specifically to address Torrance Patriot, who knows what your real fucking name is, but I want to know why you have such a fucking obsession with attacking someone's character in such an evil and vile way. I want to know why you won't say your fucking name. I want to know why you're hiding behind a pseudonym. I want to know why you're attacking someone when you wouldn't do that shit in person. I want to know if you will do any of this shit in fucking person, bitch. You're evil. You're wicked. Everyone says fuck you. Fuck the city council. You guys are all idiots as well. Do what the fuck we said, and maybe you might redeem yourselves. But Torrance Patriot, fuck you specifically. I hope you go to hell in a handbasket. Fuck you, bitch.
Mayor, that caller got disconnected because her time was up, and she was the last caller in the call center, and this concludes oral communications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of the callers, too. We move on to item 10A. We're taking out of order so that the call center can be utilized. Now is the time and the place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Planning Commission and of the Community Development Director that the City Council conduct a public hearing regarding proposed amendments to Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to regulation of short-term rentals, adopt an ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code, and accept and file Coastal Development Permit 5-20-0031 and short-term rental update. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Mayor, there is. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am Leord with the Community Development Department, and tonight we have a presentation related to short-term rentals. Next slide, please. This presentation will provide an update on short-term rentals, including action taken by the California Coastal Commission, the proposed amendments to the current ordinance, and will conclude with staff recommendation. Next slide, please. In December 2019, the City Council adopted the short-term rental ordinance, which established provisions in the Torrance Municipal Code for the regulation of short-term rental uses. Since its adoption, the short-term rental ordinance has been implemented in several methods that include public noticing, permitting and licensing, compliance monitoring, and enforcement. In 2020, a city webpage was developed with information dedicated to short-term rentals, which includes instructions for how to obtain a short-term rental permit and options to file a complaint by telephone, hotline, email, and direct online submittal. Next slide, please. Recently, in April 2021, there were approximately 115 short-term rentals in Torrance, including 4 short-term rentals within the Torrance Coast Overlay. Staff notes this figure is for short-term rentals that have been advertised in the prior 12 months and have been active with documented bookings, which is down 57% from approximately 271 short-term rentals citywide a year ago in April 2020. Staff notes these figures are approximate and do fluctuate throughout the year. In December 2019, when the ordinance was adopted, it was estimated there were up to 300 short-term rentals in Torrance. A year later in 2020, it was estimated there were up to 200 short-term rentals. It is uncertain if this downward trend will continue with ongoing efforts by the city, including education and enforcement, and also considering the effects of the pandemic, or if there will be an uptick in rental listings during the upcoming summer season. Next slide, please. Since adoption of the ordinance, staff has received 16 short-term rental permit applications, with 9 permits issued, 5 in process, and 2 applications denied. Also, since adoption, staff has conducted 16 enforcement investigations, which are carried out in quadrants to allow for manageable enforcement with existing resources. These investigations have resulted in compliance or are in process for achieving compliance. In addition, the consulting services of Host Compliance were contracted to provide assistance with address identification, compliance monitoring, and enforcement. Host Compliance has mailed 188 notices to unpermitted short-term rentals located outside of the Torrance Coast Overlay, which are mailed each month to newly identified short-term rentals. And as of last month, in April 2021, the current land use compliance rate is 8% permitted, 68% unpermitted, and 24% unidentified. Next slide, please. Also, since its adoption in December 2020, the short-term rental ordinance was reviewed by the California Coastal Commission for portions of Torrance located within the Torrance Coastal Overlay. The California Coastal Commission approved a coastal development permit by a 12-0 vote with conditions of approval, which allows local regulatory authority of short-term rentals in the Torrance Coastal Overlay. However, does necessitate amending the short-term rental ordinance to be in compliance with those conditions of approval. Staff notes the California Coastal Commission meeting agenda item and video recording of the hearing can be accessed online at the Coastal Commission webpage. Next slide, please. To ensure the short-term rental ordinance complies with the conditions of approval of the coastal development permit, amendments to the ordinance are necessary. Per the current ordinance, a minimum of 1 guest parking space shall be provided on-site for a short-term rental. In the judgment of Coastal Commission staff, this provision is vague and therefore recommended adding the word, quote, off-street to read 1 off-street guest parking space. In the judgment of Community Development Department staff, adding the word off-street does not alter the intent or application of the code and therefore agrees to this condition, noting it does require amending the ordinance. Also, per the current ordinance, only 1 short-term rental is allowed for every 30 residential units located within a multifamily residence. In the judgment of the Coastal Commission members, this provision may restrict coastal access, and therefore recommending adding a condition that, in the Torrance Coastal Overlay, and specific to residential zones only, all units located within a multifamily residence should be allowed to operate as a short-term rental, and that within commercial zones, the existing provision could be applied. Staff from the Community Development Department expressed concern adding such condition, explained that many of the existing multifamily residences located within the Torrance Coastal Overlay already exhibit parking constraints and will likely not be able to accommodate the additional guest parking space required for each short-term rental use. Staff also noted the intent in limiting short-term rentals within multifamily residences is to prevent these residences from becoming a de facto hotel. Coastal Commission staff also noted its support of the ordinance as presented and observed the intent of this provision is to preserve existing housing stock. However, the Coastal Commission itself approved the permit with such conditions. Staff recognizes there may be concern with allowing an unlimited number of short-term rentals within multifamily residences, potentially resulting in a de facto hotel. However, staff notes the potential impacts will likely be limited by existing parking constraints that cannot accommodate the additional guest parking space required for each short-term rental use. In addition, multifamily residences that are developed as multiple owner occupancies, such as condos and townhomes, could already have or elect to adopt provisions within the CCNRs that limit or prohibit short-term rental uses. Staff also notes this would only be applicable within the Torrance Coastal Overlay and that the existing provision will remain applicable to the remainder of the city. In contrast, if there are no amendments to the ordinance, local regulatory authority of short-term rental uses in the Torrance Coastal Overlay may be challenged. Staff has also reviewed the ordinance and has identified other provisions that benefit amending. Staff recommends modifying the definition of short-term rental to include within legally permitted residential structure which is occupied or intended or designed for occupancy. The intent is to prevent short-term rentals in unpermitted structures which may not conform to residential building code standards. Staff also recommends clarifying the requirement for property insurance to personal liability insurance. And lastly, staff also recommends adding an application requirement for an indemnification and hold harmless agreement, which is intended to protect the city from any claims resulting from operation of the short-term rental. Next slide, please. And in closing remarks, staff notes the proposed amendments would not result in further leniency of short-term rental standards other than as necessitated by the coastal development permit. The proposed amendments will also not result in changes to the areas where short-term rentals are permitted or any further differentiation of standards than were previously established. Short-term rentals will continue to be permitted in residential zones only with a host living on site, and in commercial zones with or without a host living on site as per the current ordinance. Staff also notes the proposed amendments were shared with the Coastal Commission staff for preliminary review, and if adopted, would not require further consideration by the Coastal Commission. The Community Development Director recommends the City Council consider adoption of the ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to the regulation of short-term rentals and accept and file a coastal development permit and short-term rental update. With that said, thank you, Mayor and City Council, for your time. That concludes our presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Ashcraft has a question.
Thank you. I have a couple. We've been getting some emails that even though we have a requirement that the host of the home live on site during the time that it's rented for short term, they really aren't there in several instances. How is that handled? If your office gets a complaint, do you go out and look for enforcement, and how is enforcement handled?
Sure. So staff has received complaints related to that example, where a short-term rental operator that has obtained a permit with the city in a residential zone and is required to live on site as per the ordinance may not be living on site per the alleged complaint or the reporting party. Code enforcement staff does visit the site, make inspections, reach out to the property owner with the registration information that's provided on the application, and contact the owner and advise them of the complaint and give them fair warning and notice that a complaint has been received regarding that matter. How to verify the short-term rental, the host living on site itself, should there be continued complaints, is rather difficult. It's not something to the consultant, host compliance can verify online, or staff as well, without visiting the site routinely and making visits and contacting the property owner.
So maybe my next question is to our city attorney. How is something like that able to be enforced, and is it possible to have a fee incurred by the host if they're not in the home? How can something like that be handled and stopped?
Sorry, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. The enforcement issue is, as Mr. Ort said, difficult because you have to check when the place is rented and whether the owner is present. We obviously you can't enter the house without a warrant, so you'd have to essentially make visits and try to catch the person renting without them being there. Obviously, fines and enforcement can be handled through their department or the host compliance company.
Okay, so in the ordinance, can it be written after X amount of complaints that their permit can be revoked? Is something like that possible?
I don't think you can do it based on complaints. You'd have to do it based on violations, because anyone could call in a complaint. You'd have to actually find actual violations by our staff or host compliance.
Okay, so that means that one of our code enforcement people go out, and then that is filed as a violation.
If they could confirm that the owner is not present, correct.
Okay, is it possible to write into the ordinance how many violations are permitted before their permit is revoked?
That's something we could look at. If it's not already in there, I'd have to defer to Leo.
It's already in the current ordinance.
In there?
There is. So for the first violation, the city does issue a warning to the short-term rental permit holder, property owner. Second violation within the first 12 consecutive months is followed by a $500 citation. The third violation is a $2,500 violation. And the fourth violation within that same 12 consecutive month, or it's rolling 12-month period, would result in revoking the permit in a 2-year ban.
And do you know, have we done any of that?
No.
Okay. And one more question. Is proof of insurance required when they're applying for the permit?
So the way the current ordinance reads, it's proof of property insurance, and we believe that as a scrutinizer in reviewing the City Council meeting of December 2019, the intent is to be personal liability insurance, and that is a requirement of the application.
Okay, so are you saying it's in there, it's a Scrivener's problem, and it's not really clear?
At this time, it reads proof of property insurance that covers up to $1 million. The intent is to be proof of personal liability insurance that covers up to $1 million. That's the proposed amendment to the ordinance.
That's the amendment, okay.
And that's, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A couple questions. On your slide presentation, slide number 3, talking about the quantity of short-term rentals. Right there. No, back to 3, there you go. It says that currently you estimate there's 115 short-term rentals in the city, but yet on your next page, you only say 16 of them have permit applications. How do we resolve the big discrepancy? Shouldn't all 115 of them have a permit or not be there?
In theory, yes. So the city has, with the assistance of host compliance, has mailed out notices, over 188 now,
right,
to unpermitted short-term rentals, giving them fair notice and warning of the short-term rental ordinance, methods to apply for a short-term rental permit application, and also contact information to the city. The city staff has received a fair number of telephone calls, email inquiries in response to those notices received. Some of them have followed through with an application, and others have contacted the city and advised that we will no longer operate a short-term rental because of this notice, and now that we know the permit requirements. And then others, as you can see with the compliance rate, 68%, likely are not following through with the ordinance, or in compliance with the ordinance, also with the notice as well.
Yeah, I mean, that to me seems to be the obvious issue of trying to get compliance is we need to get the permits in place. And how long are they given to respond to the courtesy notice?
So at this time, it's a one-time notice. That's what's been sent out. And each month, with every newly identified short-term rental, a new notice is sent out to those newly identified short-term rentals. So the number adds on incrementally. Staff can take an approach of perhaps quarterly or semi-annually sending out notices to remind these unpermitted short-term rental operators of the ordinance and how to apply for a permit. Or they can take an approach of maybe every month. Typically, with code enforcement, notice violations are followed up on a 30-day period.
So if I heard what you're saying, it sounds like if somebody doesn't want to file for a permit, they don't have to, and you'll just keep out sending courtesy notices and nothing will happen. Is that the way I heard what you said?
That's the, yes. So at this time, with the courtesy notices mailed out, if the short-term rental operator chooses not to follow the instructions or the advice of the courtesy notice, they could continue operating. Unless the approach taken is more proactive, where we're seeking out those unpermitted short-term rental operators and trying to seek out them, identify them, send out notices of violation that they're in violation of the current ordinance. But with the existing resources, the approach we've taken at this time is education and information. Given the pandemic, this past year of 2020, the approach also was taken to allow these short-term rental operators to come forth first and seek a permit application, and then as opposed to violations and fines when they may be, again, given the pandemic, seeking alternative sources of income.
I completely understand the pandemic probably cut down your ability to go out and enforce and so forth. But I'm certain that it was the council's desire to require a permit, not to say you need a permit and then ignore them if they never apply. I want to make sure that we have some sort of level of enforcement or ability to somehow shut them down. Do we have the cooperation of the sites like Airbnb and VO to have those, if there's not a permit associated with them, can we request that they take those listings down?
We do have contacts with several hosting platforms such as Airbnb. That request can be made. Given we have had, actually, there have been examples of this where an unpermitted short-term rental, we have contacted Airbnb and they have removed that listing because they're operating, there are other violations tied to that as well, but they were not operating in compliance with the short-term rental ordinance.
Yeah, this is very concerning to me. And we went to all the trouble to put this together, but it doesn't sound like we have a very good mechanism to really make what we desired happen. And looks like we're going to have some additional comments.
Yes, council members, Danny Santana, Community Development Director. Mr. Orts is being very modest. Although all the facts that he provided are accurate, Mr. Orts comes to the planning field as being a former code enforcement officer. And we've leveraged his talents from both of his prior experiences to develop pre-formatted notices of violation. The system is capable of accommodating a much stronger approach with respect to enforcement and follow-up. It's one of the limited resource casualties because of the pandemic, being down 7 positions and doing new initiatives to respond to the pandemic and helping businesses it's detracted from this effort. We have had progress and had 16 come into compliance. The majority of those have been in the last 120 days. And we do plan to be more aggressive with our enforcement, especially as we come out of the pandemic. But the notices of violation are all pre-designed and ready and capable to be rolled out in a much more electronic and expeditious format.
Thank you for that explanation. The consultants, the host compliance group, what is their real role in this? Aren't they supposed to be providing some level of forcing compliance by identifying sites that are not conforming and help me understand what their role is in the enforcement process?
Host compliance role is to ensure that they monitor the platforms that host these residences. Many a times they don't provide the direct address. To dedicate a staff member to try and use a photo that's presented at the front, to do field investigations to try and narrow it down, that would totally upend our capability to provide response to many other service requests. Host compliance helps us with identification of that, tracking down not only the property but who the operators are, and then facilitating our notification process. And I believe that's just the surface. Is there anything else, Mr. Orts? Okay.
Okay, that's all my comments for now, and I think I'm sure my colleagues will feel the same way, that we'd like to see the ones that are not in compliance to get into compliance sooner rather than later, and understand that the pandemic has created a certain problem and certainly staffing issues as well. So thank you for hearing my comments. Thanks.
Yes.
We have a question, Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I sort of anchored on that same page, just looking at the data on the lower half of it. Just I'll use the term lower head scratcher for me. Things like a lot unpermitted. So one question would be, I know tonight's item, it's not a discussion whether to do short-term rentals or not. It's basically updating the ordinance to comply with the Coastal Commission's approval. And this data, just open a discussion, is where there are appearance of non-compliance. One is, can staff take an action to going forward to see provide some other options for enforcement if the data continues to be that high of a rate, especially as we open up. I have something that came in my mind just now, but I don't know if it's legal or not, so I'll let the city attorney to chime in. I'm just thinking in the air right now on the fly, is some of these complaints from the residents we got this week where that the host is not really living there, if you will. And I can see it's a pickle. You don't want to get in a situation you have a physical encounter. We don't want any potential violence to happen as well. Where if a staff visits a location, if we get to that point and it appears that the host is not there, is it in our option for enforcement that we might be able to put one of these, you know how the realtors, when they're trying to sell a house, they put a lockbox on the handle, and then it's almost like impounding a car, towing away. And if they want to come back, they have to call us, and then we go in and do the inspection, and then there's like a impound fee to get your car out, impound fee to unlock the lockbox. I'm just trying to think I'm just suggesting, can you come back in the future maybe with some options so that there's teeth to enforcement? Because right now it sounds like it might not even be a slap in the hand for a violation. But this is just looking at the data, 68% and 24% just seems like a high number.
But again, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, I don't think there's a way to legally lock someone out of their house in that situation without going through the court. So you'd have to go through some court method, whether it's the community development staff doing some sort of administrative warrant, which is like an inspection warrant. But obviously it's a much more involved process, but I don't think we can put like a Denver boot on their front door. I don't think that'd be allowed by the court without a court order.
Yeah, I understand. I know I was kind of exaggerating, but if there is a way to put some kind of a tag on it, and then you have to come back to the city hall to untag yourself, even though you don't keep them out. I'm just stretching for ideas. Maybe we're not going to solve it tonight, but just asking, maybe you come back in the future to help solve that problem, especially if the data keeps going in the wrong direction.
So, Councilman, you are correct. Tonight is to update the ordinance to accept the Coastal Commission restrictions, as well as to provide an update of where we're at. We wanted to be very transparent. We have a lot of these in the city. We have limited resources. We took on this program without any additional resources or staffing. We dipped into our reduced professional and technical allocations to help assist staff with the host compliance services. We can do more, we will do more, but this is a new program, and a lot of the dedicated staff was associated with getting the program up and running, creating a new application form, formative website, and working with a vendor to avoid additional expenditures on the internal resource capacity side. We can always do more in terms of documentation, and that's how we will leverage any sort of complaint investigations that we receive, documenting them and proceeding with the notices of violation procedures that are already in the ordinance that do come with some pretty hefty citations. Again, we wanted to understand the program, get it off the ground. We will be moving out to be more aggressive where we run into situations where we're experiencing non-compliance.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was just going with the thought that, a lot of people will make violations until their car gets towed. And, oh, okay, maybe I'll follow the ordinance now. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Kalani.
Just real quickly, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, gentlemen. What is the cost to obtain a short-term rental permit? It sounds like it's easy to do now, online.
Yes, so the filing fee for a short-term rental permit is $169. That's a one-time permit application fee, which is also followed by an annual business license renewal. That fee I do not have at the top of my head, but it is an annual renewal for the business license. It's also followed by a requirement to remit uniform occupancy tax, also known as TOT, and I believe that's at the rate of 11%, and I believe that's quarterly to the city of Torrance.
Okay, and just one other quick question. The definition of a short-term rental. And thank you.
Sure. So, as proposed or as current?
Both.
Both,
Thanks.
okay. So the current definition reads, short-term rental shall be defined as a rental of any residence or portion thereof for a period of 30 consecutive days or less that is subject to the uniform occupancy tax, also known as the transit occupancy tax, or TOT, Chapter 22 of Division 2. Proposed, short-term rental shall be defined as a rental of any residence or portion thereof within a legally permitted residential structure which is occupied or intended or designed for occupancy for a period of 30 consecutive calendar days or less, and that is subject to the uniform occupancy tax, also known as transit occupancy tax, or TOT, Chapter 22 of Division 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code.
Thank you.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to address the revised insurance language. I'm not sure how property was ever included in the original one. I guess that got by a number of us. But I'm not sure that the existing or the proposed term is the correct term to use either. Taking into account that many of these are going to be in multifamily residences, personal liability might not necessarily come into play because a multifamily residence above 4 units is most likely going to be written on a commercial policy, which is not a personal entity. So there might be a better way to address that. Perhaps just leaving it liability or premises liability, or putting personal / commercial. Just trying to avoid any future issues with loopholes.
Councilman Danny Santana again. The suggestion of striking the term personal and just remaining liability insurance, From your experience, would that cover all sorts of both scenarios that you described?
It would. I think it just, as long as it's clear that it's for that property.
Liability insurance for the subject short-term rental?
That would work.
Thank you, sir.
And I really think we should reach out to Airbnb and VRBO to maybe have a conference with them, because it's in their best interest. I know they were all over us when they wanted us to start an ordinance, allow it. So I think they should be helpful on the other end rather than hiding the addresses. I mean, it's an awful lot of extra work that you had to go through to identify them. That's uncalled for, totally inappropriate. All right, I think that's all from council. We'll take a break now and get some information from the public. No, I'm not getting up from my desk. I saw people moving. We'll now take public comment on this hearing. There will be a designated 30-minute time period, starting now, dedicated to this matter. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. If any members of the public want to speak on this matter, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. And again, if you're not on topic, we'll tell you to get back on topic. If you then go back off topic again, you'll forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before this 30-minute period, time has allotted. We will close the public comment portion of the hearing. And I'll throw this over to the call center. Anybody called in yet?
Yes, Mayor. I'll begin to transfer in the call. Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Katie. Hello, everyone. I would like to urge you to vote no on these things. I don't know who is this whole thing is good for. Is it good for the city? Is it good for the residents? And if you want to approve this thing, why don't you have a pilot program? Your left neighbor, your right neighbor, your back neighbor, and the front of your neighbor, and try out what is the short rental term is all about. Because in my experience and my observation, the short rental term, whatever is, is all party. We had problems in Torrance with short-term rentals. Police had to be called. It was shootings and all that thing. And you guys said that, oh, that's just a isolated incident. I said bull roar, okay? Horse pucky, okay? The thing is, why would I rent a house if I don't want to do something illegal? Because what can I do in a short rental that I cannot do in a hotel? You know what I mean? All these things is party houses, just like it was proven in Hermosa Beach and all other cities who they couldn't deal with the situation. You guys cannot enforce dog licenses and dog license fees, and then you're starting with this BS who is good for nobody. Because I don't think somebody who lives in a single residential family would love to have the short rental business next to them. And by the way, this is a business, so it doesn't belong in a residential area. And what about your hotels who paying you money and taxes? So why can't these people just go to the hotels and motels and have their party there, and the bars and the restaurants and the whatever things they can rent? Leave the residential area.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 2 minutes are up. Moving on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Sean D., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now. Sean?
Okay, I think she meant to say Sean.
Yes.
So I would like to restart my time.
Thank you, sir. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay. So I'm not really sure what you guys are trying to enforce. I was a little bit confused. You guys were kind of all over the place. But I think that this is actually a good thing for the community. I don't know if you guys have seen all of the homeless that are all over LA County. I think that Airbnb is a good thing. other guy was yelling, and he was kind of all over the place as well. I don't really understand the problem with. I don't really understand the whole permit process either. I think that Airbnb will help with the homeless problem because Airbnbs are a lot cheaper than hotels. I don't think that they're for parties because if there's parties, then people are reviewed lower on Airbnbs and then they're banned. And I just think that the city is just trying to over-govern, and I think that that's part of the problem with LA County and California in general. I think that Airbnb is a good thing for the community. I think it brings in more revenue, and I really think that I think that it will help with the homeless problem, and I think that a lot of people can actually do long-term rentals, and I think it's really a good thing, and I really think that you guys are trying to over-govern the city a little bit, and I think that $160 per permit is insane. If people want to party, they're going to go party at a hotel, just like you said. So you're not going to be able to stop that. So I really think also that you guys need to have the public come and talk in person. I don't understand why people can't come and talk in person because I would really like to go there and express my opinion. And 2 minutes is not really a lot of time to do that. There's like a lot.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next caller. Jim M., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Well, good evening, everybody. Jim Montgomery, a resident of Torrance since 2008. I've actually sent out an email on this issue earlier today with a lot more details. But I just want to address actually some things that the prior caller just made. Airbnb is not cheaper. We are living next to an STR right now, and it's been nothing but problems for us for over a year. We bought our house back in 2008, and it got turned into an STR next door to us about a year ago, and we've been really negatively impacted by a lot of noise. And she's charging $450 a night for her Airbnb. These are basically taken away from residences that could be lived in by people here in Torrance. A lot of these STRs are being used for people to come in and out and stay for a very short amount of time. So what I'd like to give is some specific suggestions on how to enforce. And the problem is that she doesn't stay at her house when she's here. So she's not home sharing and she's not living on site. And so a lot of these noise problems could be abated if she was there to keep her renters in check. So some specific suggestions, I would update the ordinance that the permitting process requires explicit language regarding home shares be written into any listing for STRs, so it's clear that any renters of an STR that will be shared with the owner. I think this would read out any potential renters that could be noise nuisance to neighbors. I think Torrance should also adopt this policy similar to Redondo Beach and not allow rentals that are shorter than 1 month in duration. That would still allow people that want to have STRs for rental income actually have that because they'd have renters paying some rent to them. Also, I think the permitting process should allow abutting neighbors to actually basically deny a permit. I think we should all be made notice of. I wasn't actually notified that my next door neighbor was going to have an STR. And finally, I think as a condition for getting an STR permit, applicants need to submit to random visits by the city to ensure compliance. I think this will discourage most applicants who do not intend.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 2 minutes were up.
Thanks.
Moving on to the next caller. Ann P., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Yes, as a resident of Torrance since 1979, I'm in support of short-term rentals. I know of many families who have hit hard times, and being able to use the resources they have and the property they have to help bring in income while other businesses were failing was a great source. I do believe that if there is a report of noise or residential disruption, that the owner of the Airbnb should be fined as being irresponsible. As for whether they live on the residency or not, it would not matter. If the people that they have rented their house to or rented their bedrooms to are disorderly, then Airbnb or the other companies that advertise for them, plus the owner, would be fined or cited for the disruption, and the cost would be passed on to the person who had caused the violation. I do believe that, especially with our state mandating and regulating more things on businesses, and we've lost so many businesses here in California, anything that we can do to help people get on their feet, whether it's them using their property for a few days just to get a few dollars to pay bills, as long as it's registered. I really do believe that we need to support our people in California, and the way to handle the disruption is to have it so one phone call to the police, and the police coming out has it so there's an automatic fine to Airbnb or to the other organization, the owner, and also would be passed down to the person who rented. Thank you so much for listening to my thoughts. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, there aren't any more speakers at the call center.
All right, if there's no more further speakers, the period has elapsed, and we'll close the public comment portion. May I have a motion to close the public meeting?
Yes, I move to close the public hearing.
I will second.
City Attorney?
Yeah, I was just going to actually do it right after your motion.
Oh, okay. I was afraid it had something to do with the motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
The chair recognizes our city attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just, in reviewing the ordinance, I noticed there is a provision, that's my phone, put it over there, that says there is a right of inspection in the ordinance, but obviously that's for ones that are permitted. The unpermitted ones wouldn't have that right of inspection.
All right. How does the council wish to proceed? We do have a motion, or we do have an ordinance, and a summary of ordinance. If there's no further discussion, and staff recommendation is how we'd like to proceed with what we're doing this evening, I'll take the number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3890, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Chapter 2, Article 43 of Division 9 of the Torrance Municipal Code by amending Section 92.43.010, amending Chapter 2, Article 43 of Division 9 by amending Section 92.43.030, and amending Chapter 2, Article 43 of Division 9 by amending Section 92.43.040, amending the provisions for short-term rental uses.
We have a motion?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the recommendations of the Community Development Director and adopt the ordinance number 3890.
With the ordinance summary for publication as well. And I think he also asked for us to accept and file the coastal development permit.
Yes. So moved.
And I will second that, assuming the modification to ordinance, that the word changes that Councilman Goodrich and Community Development made at the podium. Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, we've been here for 2 hours, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. hear clear. Yeah.
Okay, we'll do countdown now.
Our break, calling the meeting back to order, and we move on with our calendar to item 8, our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? I see no action there, so I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
I second.
Start voting, please. Council. Thank you. Your Honor, that carried unanimously.
Thank you. We move on to item 9A from the city manager to provide a COVID-19 recovery update and determine direction on orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. Mr. Chaparrian.
Thank you, Honor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Alam Chaparrian, City Manager. Earlier today, it was announced by LA County that we've met the state's least restrictive yellow tier, according to the state dashboard. And as such, the counties expect to release the revised health order sometime tomorrow, with the changes being effective on Thursday. And what the order will allow under the yellow tier are the following, impact the following criteria. Fitness centers, card rooms, wineries, and breweries can increase indoor attendance to 50% of capacity, up from 25 in the orange tier. Bars can open indoors at 25 capacity. Amusement parks can allow 35% occupancy, up from the current 25. And outdoor venues such as a Dodger Stadium could, without proof of full vaccination or negative COVID-19 test from guests, increase capacity to 67%. Good news to all the Dodger fans, or baseball fans in general. The library division continues to provide service at the 6 Torrance branch libraries. The Katie Geyser began offering evening hours on Mondays and Wednesdays from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. All libraries have capacity limits, and patrons visited are limited to no more than 1 hour in the building and 30-minute computer sessions, so we can allow more access to the public. The library continues to provide virtual programs and take and make craft kits for all ages. I've seen when students or young children go to the library, we have kids outside they can just pick up and take home. Plans are developing to bring the Friends of the Library back into the Katie Geyser Library to restart the acceptance of book donations. In addition, the West Annex lobby services for the public will resume next Wednesday, May 12th, for the start of summer programs, and the housing office services to the public will remain by appointment only. Limited zero or low contact indoor cultural art classes will resume in May at the B Artists and Sports Center. Competitive youth and all sports will resume as updated informed consent waivers are filed with the city. Several cultural arts facilities have reopened with modifications in place. In addition, the Armstrong Theater box office will open Tuesdays and Fridays from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. In addition, outdoor performances, exercise classes, wedding ceremonies, and receptions are scheduled in the Torrance Cultural Arts Center, outdoor spaces throughout the summer. Several larger festivals and craft fairs have been scheduled beginning in August. And in closing, the City of Torrance has consolidated the latest vaccine distribution information on one page, which is cityoftorrance.ca.com/vaccination-info. And as of April 28th, the county reports almost 8 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine have been administered in LA County, and nearly 3 million people have received second doses. And you might have noticed this week, LA County sent a text message to all county residents indicating they have walk-up appointments, walk-up vaccination available. Again, the health and safety of our employees, their families, and our community members continue to be the city's top priority. I would like to once again thank city staff, residents for your continued efforts to keep our numbers of positive cases to a minimum. Myself, Ms. Wan, and Fire Chief are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith has a question.
Yeah, just a couple things I wanted to ask about. You know, obviously, I think everybody's happy that we're moving in a positive direction. I certainly am. A couple things related to the city about whether or not we can do anything. And I know it's not just a COVID issue, but one of the new things that we've been doing recently in the last couple of years that was starting to really take off and unfortunately died last year was the concerts in the park. I know there's some budgetary issues related to that, but well, I know there's a lot of bands out there who would love to get back in performing, and a lot of people that would like the opportunity to get out, and it's an outdoor environment. I'm just curious if the city has any thoughts about.
I'm going to invite Community Service Director John LaRock to respond to your question, Councilman.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, John LaRock, Community Services Department. At this time, Councilmember Griffiths, we are only planning on a summer movie in August, just related to what we can staff, what we can pay for, and what we believe will be the allowable audience size at that time. Concerts we're holding back just based on pending health orders, capacities, and available staff. As with other cities, we're having a challenge with some of our summer employment, just based on the lack of available staff to support all of the normal programming you would do. So we're being selective, and we think a movie that is family friendly and oriented will be the most successful use of available staff time and budget.
Okay, well, I wanted to put in my plug to see if we can get some concerts back, but I understand. Thank you. My other question on the city was, what's the current status of some of our commissions coming back to meeting in commission halls, like for instance here in the council chamber for the civil service and planning, and
As we enter the yellow tier, we'll have to, there's capacity issues as far as public engagement, but as similar to this setup, we can explore and make the commissioners in person as long as the regulations allow for it.
I mean, would the commission, like civil service or planning, be able to work in an environment like we are here, where staff and the commissioners only, and public still remote?
Ms. Swan, respond.
Good evening. It's my understanding in conversations previously with the city attorney that only city employees and elected officials would qualify as operating as government functions. Any other meetings at this time, public or private, I believe they would be subject to the 15-person capacity. We would have to stand by and see if there's any change under the yellow tier. Patrick, is that how you understood the most recent guidance on meetings?
Yeah, that's how the most recent guidance reads. But obviously, if the planning commission and its staff and support could stay under that 15, then, or the civil service, it would be allowed for that guidance.
Yeah, love to see that happen if it's possible. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to accept and file.
I move to accept the file item 9A.
I will second, thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9B from the City Manager's Office to review and provide direction to staff on AB 1251, Mertsucci, pertaining to local public health orders. From staff.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. This is Candace Lau from the City Manager's Office. It is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council review AB 1251 pertaining to local public health orders and provide direction to staff on a city position. During the May 12, 2020 City Council meeting, Councilmember Matucci requested staff to conduct research on the creation of a local public health department and as well as other alternatives. Staff provided an update on October 6, 2020 and February 23, 2021. Since the last update, the West Covina City Council voted to terminate services with the LA County Department of Public Health and is in the process of creating a local health department. The City of Torrance has a contract with LA County Department of Public Health and follows their health officer orders, which are orders based on county-wide data. The department serves approximately 10 million residents, and the county is divided into 8 geographic areas known as service planning areas or SPAs to allow the Department of Public Health to provide services targeted to specific needs of the residents in the different areas. The City of Torrance belongs to Service Planning Area 8, which is made up of approximately 1.3 million residents. Assembly Member Mayor Fucci introduced Assembly Bill 1251, titled Local Public Health Orders. This bill would require local public health orders related to the COVID-19 pandemic to be based on data from each service planning area rather than on county-wide data. This bill would also require that these health orders include the data from each service planning area upon which the order was based. Provisions would remain in place until the termination of the state of emergency. AB 1251 is aimed at helping the county achieve the goal of developing and providing more relevant and data-based public health and clinical services. While this legislation is COVID-19 specific and was written to respond to the pandemic, Assembly Member Murasucci is open to an amendment that would expand the scope of the legislation beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. AB 1251 is an alternative to what the county currently has in place, which is enforcement of public health orders based on county-wide data. Under this bill, the City of Torrance would follow local public health orders based on data from Service Planning Area 8. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lau. I surmise that this was a result of our inquiries to the Assembly person. I would imagine that we want to support it. Councilmember Matucci?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate staff bringing something back. I do feel that this should have been a separate item, in my opinion, because I think the item became an exploration of forming our own department, health department, to an item discussing AB 1251. I see the relation between them and the idea that's behind it, but and I would definitely support AB 1251 if we actually had a little bit of even just a little bit more control over our destiny versus looking at the county as a whole. I still believe 1.3 million people and the geographical area is huge in SPA 8. It's still big. I mean, it's the size of, some states, just that SPA 8. So we got, we still have a situation to where we wouldn't be independent of LA County. So I would still like to explore, what the original motion, not motion was, what the concurrence was. But, I mean, when I asked for concurrence, it was to actually bring back an item to explore creating our own. So I don't quite see that here, but I understand why it was put like this.
Councilman, I'm trying to say, Manager, if I may, while this item has a direct correlation to the earlier conversation, where we left off last time was to monitor and report. The only city, to our awareness at this time, the city of West Covina is in the process of establishing, and they're in a preliminary stages. So we could come back with that update in a periodic interval, as we had stated last time. This is specifically 1251, so we put it on the agenda to give council an opportunity to weigh in, but it's not to detract us from your initial inquiry to come back with the updates on the establishment of the health department.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
and the
long
COG
shot,
is also, and the COG is also explored that issue as well. So we'll bring you back a status update from the last one.
And I think we also had discussion about possibly doing it as a South Bay versus just Torrance. So I mean, these are I think these are things that we should continue to explore. Anyway, I appreciate it. Thanks for the report.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm in support of Assemblymember Maritsuchi's bill. Anything to help chisel us away from the overall full LA County in the decision-making process related to health issues, in my mind, is a good thing, a step in the right direction. But obviously, doesn't take it as far as what Councilman Matucci is looking for, and I obviously would still like to see that explored further. But yeah, this is a step in the right direction. Just for clarification, though, if I read this right, the county would health officer would still be making the decisions, but based on the data from our spa, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
There's not a spa 8 person that would be making the decision. Okay, thank you. But yeah, fully supportive. Thanks.
Thank you. And I did note, and I actually thought, didn't we come back with and saying that we would be following and see what's happening with West Covina? I mean, you might not have been here that evening, because we wanted to see what the cost and all I mean, let them go through the heavy lifting. I mean, because it's the same county, and see what they did. One of the concerning things I saw in here, and it's on page 10 at the top, and it's VIII, Spa 8, and it puts down the examples of health snapshots, and it says Spa 8, which is the South Bay, has the highest mortality rates for coronary heart disease in comparison to the county average. Sometimes you find data that's kind of concerning. So, but I think we're going to be, my feeling is that the council wishes to support 1221. So would that be the motion? Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that City of Torrance take a position to support AB 1251, and including the as amended plan, which will be not only COVID-19, basically, giving us a SPA 8 local control. And I think it's going to come back with updates in the future on how West Covina is, independent health district is developing, the risks and the opportunities.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9C from Community Services, to receive updates on the Coyote Management Program and provide direction on options for trapping. Mr. Durock.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services Department. I'm here tonight to provide you with a summary review of the Coyote Management Program for the past 5 months, to seek any direction from this body regarding the management program, and specifically direction on potential options for trapping coyotes. There is no presentation tonight. I'll give an oral report. For the past 5 months, beginning in November, our data received is from the public, and they're reporting to us of coyote sightings and any other incidents in town. And then our empirical data is with regards to coyotes that have been trapped during the trapping period, which, as you understand, is from November to March. That has just concluded this year. So to review, in November, there were 60 reported sightings by the public. In December, 43 sightings. January 2021, 26 sightings. February, 23 sightings. And March, 16 sightings. Also during that period, there were 15 coyotes trapped. As you're aware, we have 4 coyote locations where we trapped. 3 are city-owned locations. That is at Ocean Sump, Madrona March Sump, Bishop Sump. And then a 4th location is at the Torrance Refinery, which we have access to through a right of entry agreement. The program also includes a program assistant that works under me at the Community Services Department. Her name is Peggy Ornstein, and she has been working diligently to lead the organization in the collection and analyzation of data, preparation of educational materials, which to date have been largely virtual, but we are very excited to have clearance by the health orders so we can actually get out into the community, meet with related businesses, meet with the homeowners associations, and go as much as possible door to door with educational outreach in our parks, open spaces, and in our neighborhoods to residents and businesses about their roles in helping the city control the coyote population. It's also good news that we've recently gone live with the new coyote management portal on the website and through the My Torrance app. That is a new portal hosted by a company called Concade, a contract you previously approved. And in addition to just being a portal for the public to report coyote sightings and incidents, but there is abundant information there for the public to read about coyotes, about their habitat, about their anatomy, their tendencies, and most importantly, their role in the steps they can take to help mitigate the attractiveness of our community to coyotes as habitat. As you also recall from previous reporting, most recently in November, the trapping in the state is controlled diligently by the California State Department of Fish and Wildlife. There are very specific parameters for where traps can be placed in a community, the licensing of those that conduct trapping, and obviously operational standards for the trapping and euthanization of coyotes. We want to emphasize that the best methods for controlling coyote activity remain the reduction of the attractants to the animals. That includes that pet food should never be left outside in support of either feral animals or pets, that trash receptacles and compost be secured at all times, that pets, small ones in particular, never be left outside unaccompanied by a human handler, that where applicable, fences abutting likely coyote habitat be at least 6 feet in height, and also where applicable, that likely habitat be cleared by removing underbrush and secluded plant growth. That concludes my oral report. I'm available for any questions, and again, we are seeking your direction for any amendments or updates to the coyote management program, and specifically direction with regards to trapping. And again, I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaRock. Councilmember Ashcraft has a question.
Yes, thank you. In looking at the graph on page 101 of coyote incidents in 2020, it looks like they go up during the time that we've never trapped. Is there a reason our trapping time is from October to March instead of from March forward, where it looks like there are more incidents?
Well, the increase in incidents obviously follows when pups are being born and reared. So there is obviously a need for the rearing of those animals to be supported by increased consumption of foodstuffs to support, obviously, the denning and the raising of those young animals. I was not privy to the conversations that you had with regards to choosing the trapping cycle, although my research indicates that it does follow when other trapping cycles are recommended by trapping services. In this case, the sole source vendor that was selected, Critter Busters, that was their recommended trapping cycle to interrupt what is the breeding season so that the litters are smaller when we get to the March-April period.
Okay, and second question is just what you said. Recommendation is to use Critter Busters as a sole source. Why that? Why?
We are not making that recommendation this evening. That was what was done originally, was that they were sole source because there was an expediency, I believe, at the council level during this item originally. But we are amenable to going out to bid. There are 3 to 5 companies locally that I have become familiarized with. So I think for cost effectiveness and perhaps expanded service or knowledge base, it's very much worthwhile going out to find what we can get the best bang for our buck for.
Okay, because I think with our budget being what it is, I'd like to see some numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, and my question was actually similar. Correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we had talked about what would be the cost to go year-round. I personally would like to know that, what year-round trapping would cost. And do we have any idea?
Well, for perspective's sake, the Critter Busters contract, if you spread that out over a 12-month period, would be approximately $15,000 a month based on the $70,000 for the 5 months. But again, that is a single price. We, through an RFP process, would be able to work people against each other for the best price possible.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. LaRock, for answering my questions in the supplemental. For the public's benefit, if you haven't seen it, one of my questions was, what are our neighboring cities doing in regards to trapping? And your response was that no other city around us is trapping. And that means all the trapping is being done by Torrance. And that concerns me because basically we're paying for the service that's potentially benefiting our neighboring cities. And at the same time, if we're trapping coyotes here in Torrance, coyotes from outside obviously the coyotes aren't limited to staying in the city, so they're going to come from the cities out where there's no active trapping happening, and they're going to just come back in and fill in where we've trapped, and it will continue to increase our burden of trapping, in my opinion. and end up paying more and more and more, and the other cities aren't contributing anything to the effort that we're making. And it'd be nice to see if we could maybe get a regional approach as opposed to a citywide approach. Maybe we can share some costs and help to make the program affordable, because as Councilwoman Ashcroft mentioned, budgets is a big concern, and so I'd be hesitant to just blindly just say, let's increase the amount of trapping without pursuing ideas into looking into that area. So thank you for that. I appreciate you also getting to me the additional stats for the months from November to March. And ironically, the stats are contradictory to a lot of the comments that we've received from the public, and that the number of sightings and attacks has dropped dramatically since November. And so that, I think a better analysis of the stats might be worthwhile. Unfortunately, those stats weren't all put together in one easy to look at slide. And I think looking at, for instance, the graph on page 101 is very misleading. It looks like the stats are actually increasing, but in reality, if you extrapolate it out for the current months that we didn't include, it's actually decreasing. And so I am very statistically based when I make decisions, and especially when involving money. So certainly want to reinforce to the public that if you're seeing coyotes, you need to report it so that we have the appropriate statistics to back up the facts. And so those are my comments in regards to the current situation. Thank you.
Councilmember Grievous, I'll just provide that, as you'll recall, 2 years ago, the South Bay COG did try to do some type of regional organizing of communities with very little interest. But that's not to say that we can't redouble those efforts to see if there is some interest in some level of cooperation, even if it's just education of those communities on a proactive basis, because that, trapping aside, is still the best tool that we have, is to get the area to not be attractive habitat. And you're correct that when an animal is trapped, it creates what's called a transient opportunity. The coyotes without habitat are called transients, ironically. And they will then possess that now open territory that's been made available through a trapping instance. So we are essentially, to your point, perhaps inviting coyotes from other jurisdictions, if you will, to then take over Torrance habitat that we've cleared through trapping. So there is logic in getting our partners to become involved with us on a more proactive basis.
Well, maybe it'd be worthwhile to go back to the COG and share with them our data, our results, and see if anybody's mind has changed in our neighboring communities. That might be a worthwhile topic to have the COG rediscuss, since it's probably been a while. And yeah, transient coyotes, it sounds like homeless. So even coyotes have that problem. So thank you very much.
I would point out that I think Councilmember Chen took the issue to the COG recently, and there was no interest. And I can tell you that I took it to the COG 5 years ago, and there was absolutely no interest from our surrounding communities. Absolutely no interest at all. But there's no reason to not keep pushing the envelope and see if they're interested in at least. But maybe what you brought out was what's occurring. So we're taking care of their problem for them.
There is an article in the supplemental featuring a story of an attack in Redondo Beach on the North Bike Path. So we are not alone in suffering incidents. So maybe that can help carry the day a little bit more.
And with an incident, perhaps that would. You're absolutely right. You know, that's what they need to see in City Hall over there. I know they're concerned with all the issues they have in their city. They're not really concerned with what happens in our city.
Indeed.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, thank you, staff, for putting together this item. Very very complete. It has a lot of great information. I do feel that we need to treat this as a public safety issue, not just a coyote issue. I do feel that these 15 trapped coyotes equate to probably hundreds of coyotes that would have possibly been roaming our neighborhoods within the next couple of years. So I do consider it a success. You know, it's funny because I get emails, and sometimes I get comments here and there saying that I'm anti coyotes or anti nature, but that's not the case. I mean, what I'm what I'm here to do is to protect our homes, protect our habitat as humans. And within those habitats, we have our little dogs, our cats, and of course, our backyards that we should be able to enjoy without having fear of a coyote jumping over a fence. I know the recommendation is 6-foot fence, but we all know that coyotes can jump way higher than that without blinking an eye. I do feel that year-round trapping might be something that we need to try, and I do understand what Councilman Griffith is saying about migrating coyotes and other cities not doing really anything about it. But it's often the case to where cities like Torrance have to take a leading role in showing what programs do work. And I also believe that LA County is doing trapping for some cities. I believe Rancho Palos Verdes. So there is some trapping that's happening around us. So we're not the only ones trapping, let's put it that way.
Right. The PV and other LA County service trappings are when there is a conflict incident involving a human being attacked or a dog on a leash led by a human that is attacked. Yeah. If they can identify that coyote involved in those attacks, they are then dispatched to try and capture and euthanize that problem animal because they have crossed, the line, so to speak, in terms of interaction.
And you can't really blame the coyotes. They're really in bigger numbers. I think there is a lack of food and water, so of course they're gonna go where the food and water is easy to obtain, which is sprinklers. Say people don't leave water out. Well, there's sprinklers and gutters full of water. Even our own water in the parkways, not the parkways, the middle dividers where I live right in front of one. I mean, it's gushing water everywhere. I'm sure there's plenty of water sources in Torrance that we can't stop. As far as food sources, yeah, we can do all the steps we want, but there's always going to be food sources, whether it's dropped fruit or roadkill. I mean, coyotes are attracted to trash cans even. They'll knock over trash cans and eat out of them because they're scavenger hunters. So also, these aren't coyotes that migrated here from elsewhere. These are born and raised in Torrance. These are coyotes that have probably multiple generations of coyote family making over here in Torrance. So I don't know. I know we're in a tough position because of budget restrictions, but I think if we do put this as a public safety issue, which I believe it is, I may not get everybody to agree on this, but I do believe this is a public safety issue, then I think that automatically should really trigger a funding mechanism for it. I do think that what we're spending is a little bit much for what we're getting. I mean, the cost per coyote seems rather high. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes as far as staffing. I know there's a big chunk of that budget is for having an individual manage the data, but I just think that we may have to look into that. Is it a part-time job or is it a full-time job? I don't know. That's something that we're going to have to figure out. What I'd like to see us doing is continue with the 5-month program for this coming season, but gear up to possibly get some RFP out on year-round trapping. Then we'll take it from there. I mean, if the prices come back and they're absurd, and then we might have to go back to the 5-month trapping. But I think once we open it up to competitive bids, we'll see that the price will come down drastically. This is something that's happening everywhere in America, and look, I think coyotes are an awesome animal if they're in the wild, but not in my backyard. It's one of those things to where it's like, if you have too many rats in an area, you're going to go out and try to get the rats, right? I mean, you're going to try to control the population. So I'm not looking for us to exterminate a species. It would almost be impossible for us to do it, especially like a city. But I think bringing down the numbers is a prudent move on the city's part, and we should allocate some money towards this on a year-round trapping program. So that's my position. Thank you.
And Councilmember Matucci, if the direction is in fact to continue with the trapping as has been done starting in November of 2021, we would still RFP for that service, and in doing so, we can ask for annual pricing.
Oh, that'd be great.
So that you'd be able to look at that, and if not for 21, 22, you'll know what that relative cost would be for budgeting in 22, 23, and beyond. So those are easy numbers to obtain.
Okay, so you're saying the RFP can be both for the 5 months and the year-round
Of course,
trapping? Okay,
absolutely.
So that could be, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds
Yeah.
good.
Then I'm good
Thank
with
you.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm being consistent in my position where I'm still opposed to spending any money on this program, doing any trapping whatsoever. And I think the plan that we set in place back at the beginning of all this was pretty reasonable, more in line with what the county's doing in areas like PV. And we've seen this creep over the years where we're spending an awful lot of money on this. I know some of the people writing in are proclaiming that the sky is still falling, but the data obviously doesn't back that up. I noticed that they've resorted to using the word culling. I don't know if that makes them feel better about this, but let's call it what it is. We're killing animals. Also, I think it's important to keep in mind that we're going to be facing diminishing returns here. If we've killed the number of coyotes that we have, it stands to reason that through natural selections, the ones that are remaining are the smartest of the bunch and are therefore going to be harder to catch. And because of the lower numbers, they're also going to be harder to catch. Therefore, we're going to be spending an increasing amount of money for diminishing returns. I think the people that are still writing in about this and very excited about this issue, it's not going to be a popular position, but I really think some self-responsibility is needed at this point, because I think people need to realize that City of Torrance has done far more than any other city in the area has done on this. And at a certain point, it becomes incumbent upon ourselves and our own personal actions. Besides the obvious stuff, like keeping food and water indoors and not leaving it out for wildlife to feed upon, and having readily available food sources, one of the things that gets me is people talking about, oh, I can't let my cat outside. I don't know where in history it became okay for people to decide they just wanted to let their cats roam around. You can't do that with a dog. Cats go into the neighbors' yards, they defecate there, they walk across the street. I can't tell you how many times I've had to break hard with cats walking across the street. You wouldn't let your 3-year-old kid walk unattended across the street, so why are you letting your cats do that? So I think at this point, some self-responsibility is needed from some people, and that would go a long way.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought about this a little bit. First of all, I'll share with you my position. My position would be recommending option number 3 for looking at year-round trapping. I know it's going to take time to get some quotes. While you get quotes, I would suggest not just the 5 in the year-round trapping, but also find one right in between too. If we can just get the data. I look at this as a public safety issue too. I don't want to see Torrance as the first city, but one of the cities that we have a child that gets attacked, and then we say we could have, should have, would have, and then they say, you know, how much is one child's life is worth. Definitely, it's not even comparable to one coyote, at least from where I see it. And I see that, you know, just like going after terrorists in one way. Even if other cities aren't going to do their part, we need to make sure our part is safe. And if the coyotes are as smart as many literature says, they will know that after we've been trapping them, maybe they will move out to a different city which they are not being trapped. If a coyote is smart, that's what I would do. So those are things that I'll share. So you can see where I'm going. You know, I'm really interested in year-round trapping because public safety is year-round. It's not seasonal. But I'd like to get the quotes in and then see what options we have to implement it and really get a competitive bid. I don't know if there's incentives that different providers could do, or even we need to, ask LA County, if they're short on staff, maybe part of the option we're looking at is what does it cost to get additional staff from LA County to supplement the work? Maybe that might be cheaper if, they.
Councilman, if I may, Adam Torrance, City Manager, we did inquire with LA County about their services, and they stated they're not providing any services to new cities that they don't already have commitments to. But we did check with them. We can go back and check again.
Yeah, it would be good. This could be part of Assemblyman Meritsuchi's, SPA 8, strategy. Maybe we have to think of it in that way a little bit. At least, that's what my position is. We like to move to it. We need to move to a year-round trapping because public safety is year-round. No one should be afraid to go out. And I'm not talking about little animals. I'm really talking about human beings, not just the younger ones. I'm talking about the elderly too. Because there are many instances these coyotes are just staring them down. They're not afraid of humans anymore. At least the ones around here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Mr. LaRocca pointed out at the beginning, and we should all be well aware of that. We're very limited to where we can trap. And thus far, we've found 4 locations that we can trap. Clearly, that's not going to eradicate every coyote issue in our community. I know where the North Torrance trapping is being done on this side of 190th Street, and absolutely every sighting is on the other side of 190th Street because there's no places that we can legally trap in that area. So I'm afraid that we give a false semblance to our community that because we're trapping, you're safe. And that's not public safety. Public safety is being forthright and transparent and explaining the issue. And because, they named Wile E. Coyote Wiley because that's the nature of the beast. They're very resourceful animals, as Councilmember Griffith said. Maybe we're culling this area, for lack of a better term, and the other ones are coming in. Whether it's 12 months, whether it's 5 months, we're not going to eradicate all the coyotes in our city. And I just hope that we're not doing this as a panacea for our community because they have a coyote issue. We started this discussion, I'm thinking 6 years ago, and at that time I had 3 puppies. And here we are 6 years later, and I have 3 puppies. They're all about this size. And we've not had an impact by coyotes. And I live in North Torrance where there's nurseries and the ones coming from the PBF refinery as well, because I care for my dogs the way you're supposed to, and that's to never leave them out alone on a leash. Don't leave food outside. You're right, water's all over the place, but certainly dog food is not all over the place. And I've seen it in my neighborhood and other neighborhoods where people put food out, not just for their dogs, but they put them out for feral cats, they put them out for possums, they put food out for all these animals because they love animals and they're not doing anybody a favor because that's where the coyotes are eating. We know that. So, I think we understood that we're going to do an RFP for 5-month and 12-month, and I believe that's the issue, yeah. And we'll come back when we have those numbers and we have a budget before us and see what we can afford to do and see if it's going to be practical and go from there. So, Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, definitely I would like to move that we go for RFP both on the 5-month and also year-round trapping. But in the motion, I would also like to include that we do all the other, items that we need to do in order to become compliant on a year-round trapping program if we choose to go that route. So
What does that mean?
I don't know. If there's any updates to, was it a CEQA or any other updates other than just getting a price on trapping, there might be, I don't know if the our city attorney might want to chime in on that.
Yes, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. We actually have these studies attached to the item. It really doesn't like me tonight. But basically, if you look at attachments C, the consistency analysis, and then D, the previous studies were done and attached to this council item. So if the council wanted to move to year-round trapping, they could do so.
So we wouldn't have to renew the sequence?
Since we did that analysis in, I believe, 2019, we don't need to do it again.
Okay. So if we can just come back with an RFP on the 5-month and the year-round trapping?
We'll come back with the results of an RFP, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So it's also a motion to accept and file the.
And also, yes, a motion to accept and file the 2020, 2021 Coyote Management Plan, and also accept and file the completed seasonal trapping report.
Just for clarification, that includes the increase in awareness and public education on making it a safer place and not feeding coyotes, et cetera.
Yeah, which is currently stated in the approved coyote management plan. We're just going to be implementing that with much more vigor as we come out of the pandemic.
Okay, very well. Then I will second that. Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Goodrich voting no.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9D from Community Services to provide recommendation for potential 2021 Independence Day fireworks display. Ms. LaRock, you're still here?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services Department. Quickly, obviously, the city has a long history with providing fireworks on the Independence Day holiday, originally in Wilson Park, and then recently transitioned to the Civic Center, really to control expenses and better have a hardened site for crowd control and safety. Obviously, the 2020 event was canceled due to the pandemic. And however, you do have an active contract with a vendor that provides 2021 as the final of the 3 years in that contract. So tonight is really a policy call for you if you want to conduct fireworks at the Civic Center as per the contract that has already been executed by this body. The question really becomes one of safety for obviously staff that will be working the event and the public at large. There was a recent survey done by the South Bay COG of area cities and what their plans might be for the 4th of July, just to help inform all agencies in their decision-making processes. At that time, no agency responded positively with regards to producing fireworks. Since that survey and our writing in the report, very recently El Segundo has moved towards a potential fireworks display at their tennis court center near downtown. And as we speak, City of Redondo Beach is also deliberating the potential for a land-based firework at the waterfront, either produced by the city or a privately funded firework more towards the waterfront area near the former Bryles Barge fireworks. But I'll be checking in with my counterparts over there as soon as I'm done tonight to find out what their decision was. But needless to say, there will be fewer fireworks displays in the region. And so the caution might be that if fireworks shows are at a premium, there could be a greater massing of the public to attend any one of those fireworks shows. There is a Lomita Founders Day, which is a couple of days before July 4th, I believe, but not on the 4th, certainly. So that is an ancillary event that will be going on as an example of alternate planning. But ultimately, the function of providing fireworks technically is available to you through the vendor contract. It really is a matter of, does the city want to take on its first large-scale special event coming out of the pandemic as per July 4th?
Thank you. And before we even take that, I did receive a text message from Mayor Brand prior to the meeting, but his was asking me if Torrance was going to have fireworks this year. I said, don't know until tonight. And his response was, we're deciding tonight, expecting a huge crowd of UNES, don't do it, El Segundo, no. So I guess he's waiting for that, and Jackie Baccarat from the COG also inquired. She said that Councilmember Chen will provide her with the information from us. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We're budgeted, though, for the fireworks. It's not something we have to find money to do if we wanted to, correct?
I have the budget for the contract for the pyrotechnic vendor is in the budget, correct. I can't necessarily speak to the public safety costs and the public works costs. Public works is nominal for my initial surveying. Public safety costs are a little bit beyond my knowledge at this point.
And if we did fireworks at the location we've been doing for the last few years, we could make the option of blocking off all city properties so that no public would be allowed onto the city properties. Is that
if we chose to harden the Civic Center from public attendance, that would be a cost not planned for at this time. We also could activate it as per the guidelines, which would be, we'll find out in the yellow tier what those percentages might be. Right now, it's about 33% of capacity. So figure, pods or circles for family units in certain parking lot areas as were designed for last time, or we could restrict, the Toyota Sports Complex field and so forth. So we would have reduced capacity, but therein still requires some level of hardening of the Civic Center site, because we would probably want to do a pre-reservation for those groups to attend, so we could get them to sign waivers that they have been vaccinated, and have them self-screen, and only have those folks on campus to ensure safety.
And this is obviously would be on July 4th, correct? Which was after the
I would assume that would be the council's desire.
After the June 15th date that we're targeted to have all other regulations besides masking eliminated. So I would like to see it happen with the restriction that we don't allow the public onto the city property, which I would think be a lot easier to do than to manage putting people into our sports field and having staff managing that and trying to keep some distancing. I think if we just eliminate it from people doing it coming onto city property, then they're on their own for where they want to go out into the public, and more than likely they'd be in smaller groups and in households, and that's my personal preference. So, thank you.
Councilmember Goodrich.
My first question is, are there any penalties for the contract if we do not proceed with fireworks?
There's no penalty. The contract would end with on July 5th.
Okay.
With 2 unrealized shows.
Okay. Now with that out of the way, I think there's an opportunity here, one of 2 opportunities. One being to either save some money, because that is obviously in short supply due to pandemic-related reasons right now. And that would also satisfy the people that we get noise complaints about. Option number 2, I think, is an opportunity. I see some new technology here, the use of a drone show. Has any other local city done that yet?
Credit Mayor Fury for bringing the subject matter to our attention as we prepared the report. The closest city that in my cursory research was actually in Solvang. They do a holiday event where they use the drones, and there are a number of videos posted online, and it's wonderful to see. To me, the technological issue of the drone show is that it obviously requires musical accompaniment to have it be, a spectacle, if you will. And if we're restricting the public from being on site to experience the audio portion of that type of display, we would need to explore utilizing the city's AM radio station or some type of other app delivery, so people could, from their remote locations, have the audio feed that would synchronize with the visual show.
Which we've done in the past.
But we could do that, certainly, and we would want to explore, though, from a cost-benefit analysis, the number of drones to provide a show of a length that the council would find appropriate. The drones have a limited battery cycle for their flight time of about 12 to 15 minutes per one, and the fleets are done in groups of 100 typically. So many municipalities like Solvang will book up to 500 drones at a time in order to, transition between, available machines in the air to maintain a longer flight time overall and provide a 30-minute show like a fireworks show would be. And our initial research put a price tag of about $30,000 for 100 drones, and then that would obviously just multiply based on the fleet size, if you will.
Okay. I'm not concerned about closing off or limiting attendance. That's still a couple months away, and everybody's going to be outdoors. So I'm not concerned about that. But I think it's an opportunity to satisfy people on a couple of fronts. One, drones are not going to be anywhere near as noisy as fireworks. You're going to eliminate the pollution associated with fireworks. And finally, one of the things that I've been working on a lot is attracting technology companies to the city and positioning the city as a city of the future. And I think that being one of the first in the, or being the first in the area to do something like this and showcase that technology it really dovetails with that message and helps with the messaging that we're trying to do on that front. So I'd be interested to learn more on that. Last question I have for you is I've heard something about some cities doing laser shows. Do you know anything about that?
I am not familiar with any cities conducting laser shows for the 4th of July.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm interested in learning more here. Definitely say I would be in favor of learning more on that as opposed to proceeding with fireworks.
And, you know, I have to butt in, I did bring that forward because I did see them prior, and they really, it's striking what they can do with drone technology with the light shows. It's a little problematic, the timing, but I guess if they put enough of them up there, you know, I think the benefit that I saw in it is that there is no location, because it could be in Riviera for 3 or 4 minutes and then slide over to West Torrance, and then it could come over to Civic Center and then North Torrance, and that could be really cool. As Councilmember Goodrich, and we did this before with the fireworks technology. We used Channel 3 and we used our AM radio, and that worked pretty good. And they had an app on one time, and that worked pretty good too. But I think the music is, you know, that's what everybody's looking for, the patriotic music on the 4th of July. I just feel we have to do something, because people have been locked up for 1.5 years. And to have an event, but I'm really concerned gathering people together. And I thought this was a softer way to do it, and kind of unique. And I didn't even think of the idea of the technology kind of would put us out there in the front over that, that's for darn sure. Councilmember Chen, what's your thoughts on this?
Well, it's interesting. I think the city manager may recall a couple months ago I was just talking about using drones, and I was glad to see that as an option. However, I have some other things I just want to ask. How timely do we need to make this decision with respect to committing the 35K? So that's one question. Two, it's not on the agenda here. I know in the years past, sometimes we get some folks want to do a privately funded fireworks out in the ocean somewhere near Torrance Beach out there. I don't know if they approach us, you know, well, what is the situation? I think
Councilman Adam Torrance, City Manager, the Bryles family used to host off of Orange, and that would cause Torrance to have to respond to 2 locations. But I think since the passing of Mrs. Bryles, the family has discontinued the fireworks.
Okay.
We have not been approached.
Okay, I was going to say if they approached it, you know, that may give us an option. So, and then the third one is maybe a. So one is, you know, is there a later date we can make the decision on the 35K commitment to the company? Because if it's just a simple flip of a switch, then we could come back and make a decision if that's possible. The other one is it's a variation of the drone. I'm making a wild assumption that a lot of people have drones nowadays, private ones. And in the spirit of technology and competition, we could have a 4th of July drone light display competition. And then it's almost like, you know, the person who did his own Santa Claus on the pickup during Christmas. I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, there might be a competition, and then there might be a prize for the best drone light show, and then that's self-funded by the competitor, and we may have a prize, and then these things, so they could provide the music wherever they're having their light show, and then there's a way to provide a live YouTube live stream, and then you could kind of do that. It may take a little coordination. You know, some of these young people are probably very good. They could put some exotic light show together, and it may not cost us, you know, $30K. Or it's just an idea. Have a little competition. Sometimes competition creates creativity. And just
Councilmember Chen, I'll take the last point first, which is, you know, since the fireworks or drone shows would occur in complete darkness at nighttime, usually around 9 p.m., I don't know that we would necessarily want to get behind a sanctioned self-drone show because of things like power lines and, you know, neighborhood lines. You know, there could be some conflict, unintended consequence style. So that may be something we could workshop and go to in the future, perhaps, and then someday maybe provide an open, clear space like some of the parks where we allow RC flying to occur, and let that be a nighttime drone show derived from the public's use, perhaps. That is exciting. With regards to the timing of your decision this evening, I am in touch with the vendor who does the fireworks and is under contract. They stand ready to execute the Torrance contract. They are also in discussions with El Segundo to execute their show. So they certainly have tons of inventory. They have staff at the ready. But as noted in the report, time is of the essence, and you know, we need to, it would be excellent to have a decision this evening. Likewise, in speaking with a couple of the drone, I've reached out to 2 vendors who do drones. Their dance cards are fairly full for the 4th of July. I think and a lot of the reasons because of the cool technology, the safety factor, the friendliness to dogs and other animals, and so forth, and the, you know, the ability to kind of do them anywhere and maintain public safety. So I don't know that we, at this late a date, have the ability to jump in to the queue and get a show on July 4th, but those would be the calls we can make immediately and come back to you, I guess, next week to let you know if we've had success in the ability to have a drone show or not, and then the cost therein.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering, even if the drone show is not practical, if, you know, June 15th, too late to make a decision.
I would imagine June 15th would be quite late, and also from the staff side for the logistics to support, again, the hardening of Civic Center and all the other logistics that might be a rapid deployment that we want to avoid, for just to make sure we're, you know, covering all bases for safety.
And as far as the drone shows, Councilman, we'll have to probably follow up with our police department, given our proximity to LAX and the airport. There may be some conflicts. I know we're licensed drone operators, so there may be some height limitations, which may or may not impact the visual aspect. So if the option to pursue the drones is considered, it allows the opportunity to do some additional research and come back to you.
I think one of the benefits of the drone is the less staff involvement, because there is no staff involvement other than the usual. The irony is that no matter what we do, I mean, the whole purpose of fireworks was to dispel the illegal fireworks. And as we've seen over the years, illegal fireworks are progressing worse than ever. So, and that may even be a problem with the drone technology. Some of those fireworks could probably
take out a drone.
Take down a drone or 3. Yeah. The other thing, and because I'd really like to pursue it, at least find out about it. I mean, because we spent another $75 grand on staff time. So, you know, for $100,000, a lot less than that, we could probably have a damn good show that would put us on the map too, and it would give our people something enjoyable. But the FAA and you know, we have to check all those things. You got a lot to do this week, John.
It's all good.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, thanks. In hearing the discussions, yeah, I was thinking in the lines of Councilman Chen is what's the drop dead date for our fireworks vendor to be able to either provide or not provide, so that would be helpful to know. The other thing is that maybe we could negotiate a reduced rate from our vendor, just because maybe he'd take a reduced rate over nothing and still provide a show for us, and give his people something to do. And personally, I think 4th of July just yells fireworks. That's the tradition that everybody's used to. I'm not opposed to the technology of drones. I think that's a neat technology. I've seen those types of events before, and they're really cool to watch. But I don't know if that's something that people would be excited about for what they anticipate normally for 4th of July. And I guess, as was said, we need to get some more information on the drones, even before we can make any decision. So I'm certainly open to listening to what we could do with the drones and what kind of program we could get in that for what rate. But I'd certainly like to get a verification of what the drop dead date is with our fireworks vendor, and if there's any chance to provide the same show at a reduced rate, just because of the lack of fireworks shows that are going on. And maybe they would like the business as opposed to not get any.
Coming off of a year of absolutely no activity,
Yeah,
that would be an interesting conversation, but we'll be happy to have it.
And I'd love to hear more. Surprisingly, we didn't really hear anything from the public on the fireworks. I was a little disappointed to not hear anything. I mean, I know we always have the people that complain about the noise and their pets, but I know there's an awful lot of people out there who love to see fireworks. And if there's no place to go, it's time we do something nice for the public. As the mayor said, we've been locked up for over a year, and it's time to get out and do something fun and nice. And I think this would be a nice way to help spring that back. If nothing else, this is the celebration of eliminating COVID restrictions. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, if I'm understanding this correctly, if we were to go with a drone program, would that eliminate the $75,000 that's estimated in fire department, police department?
I'm not exactly sure that it would. A lot of that cost is still born of managing people and traffic and hardening the site. So whatever the technological show is at the Civic Center, we're still going to have that support cost. It could be more if we're actually hardening the site to prevent people from kind of camping out at the traditional audience areas. So it could be more, but we would certainly try to incur that within the estimated cost, which is historical in nature.
Okay, so would it be correct to estimate that it's going to be over $100,000?
You're ballparking. It's going to depend on how many drones a vendor that's available, and how many drones in the stages we can afford. So, as I mentioned, they seem to be purchased in tranches of 100, and we would just bring you back what the costs are for each tier, and you could make that informed decision. And we'll try to get some harder numbers on the actual staffing for the Civic Center site with no audience and those considerations.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very patriotic, as you can see. I love America and everything else, and I love the 4th of July. It's one of my favorite times to celebrate. But I really do think that in June we have, hopefully, a homeless plan that's coming to town. We just talked about a Coyote plan that might be not funded because of shortfalls in the budget. I might sound like a downer here, but I really do think we need to scrap this year, put the $100,000 into things that are a little bit more important to the general public, such as public safety. $100,000 may not seem like much in the overall spectrum of things, but if I had to choose between something, like building a shelter, or helping finance a shelter to get homeless people off the streets, or a fireworks show, I think I'd probably go with helping the homeless get off the street. I know we're not at that point where we have to pick one or the other, but I do think that the more money we keep in our bank account, the more flexibility we'll have in the upcoming, I don't want to say more important, but yeah, I'll say more important issues that are facing the city. I hate to be the bearer of a message like that, because 4th of July is important, and yeah, we have been locked up for a long time, but we also have a responsibility to the taxpayers to make sure that we hang on to whatever dollar we can and to put it towards the things that count the most. So tonight I definitely am in favor of scrapping the firework idea. Never thought those words would come out of my mouth, but I think looking at the budget, the way we are struggling right now, I'd rather put the money towards something more important, such as public safety. Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, how do we address this? I guess we bring it back next week for a report from Mr. LaRock.
We will bring back a report next week with regards to the availability of a drone show and the cost therein. We will bring back information regarding what our drop dead date is from the vendor for the fireworks to execute on the 4th. And we'll find out if there's any price break the vendor will provide for us. And then we'll try to refine the staffing and physical plant cost to harden the site to have no audience at a potential event.
And Mr. LaRock, my idea would not be to have the drones show here at the Civic Center. My idea would be to deliver celebrations to each area. So nobody has to come anyplace, because you can be in your backyard and all of a sudden there'll be the drone show there. And, you know, if they start at 9 o'clock, they'll be here, 9:05 here, so nobody has to go anything. So I think that would eliminate a lot of the traffic issues as well as the crowd control issues as well. Right. If we have something here and we close off the campus, I can guarantee you that Torrance Boulevard would be impassable, totally impassable. And I know that people will be up on the roof of the mall and the parking structures there. So there'll be congestion, that's for darn sure.
And Mayor, the technological staging that I have seen thus far on the drones has been for single site execution.
Yeah.
So we'll have to find out if they have that level of mobility. And what the intervals might be between locations. It could be as much as 30 minutes, we don't know, but we'll find out if they have that functionality for sure.
Okay.
Or, you know, one or more 100 groupings of drones instantly deployed across multiple districts that all go up at the same time perhaps. So there might be some options.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much. I guess you got direction.
I do, thank you.
Thank you. Moves us on to item 9E from Community Development to introduce ordinance granting a 10-year extension to the franchise ordinance number 3744. When'd you get here, Greg? How'd you get the last item on the agenda?
I lost a bet, I guess.
Apparently.
Good evening. I'm Greg Loden with the Community Development Department. This item is before council to respond to a request from Torrance Pipeline Company, LLC, to exercise their first 10-year option to extend their franchise held under Franchise Ordinance number 3744, which became effective in May 2011. This franchise covers pipeline M119, which begins at the refinery at Del Amo and Van Ness and travels eastward along Del Amo, then south along Western, and exits the city at the railroad crossing south of Sepulveda. This pipeline is considered a proprietary pipeline, and the rates are subject to negotiation with the city. In 2020, this pipeline brought in revenue of $13,585 to the city. If the extension is granted, the Torrance Pipeline Company will continue to make annual payments subject to annual CPI adjustments. Additionally, the city will be receiving a granting fee of $7,500 for the extension. This action is categorically exempt from CEQA under Section 15301, as it involves the licensing of an existing facility. In order to move forward with this request, the council must first adopt a categorical exemption under the Section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act, then introduce and adopt an ordinance granting the 10-year extension to Torrance Pipeline Company, and finally approve an ordinance summary for publication. At this time, staff recommends the council to take those actions. This concludes the staff's presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilmember Ashcraft has a question.
Thank you. I spoke with Mr. Loden earlier this week, and my question to him was, who decides on the fees that are being paid? And how do we know that we're within the right numbers? And I think if you could share that, Mr. Logan, for the public.
Initially, the rates were negotiated back in 2011 between city staff in the city manager's office and the Pipeline Company. We also use the services of a consultant that helps us make sure that our rates are consistent with what's being charged in the market. We continue to employ that consultant who provides us feedback, and we had him review the lease when this request came in to make sure that we're still consistent with what's going on in the market. And we also included that CPI adjustment factor to make sure that we kind of keep up with inflation and keep up with time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, can we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is ordinance number 3891, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the first of the 2 10-year extensions to franchise ordinance number 3744 granted to Torrance Pipeline Company, LLC, to construct, lay, operate, test, maintain, use, renew, repair, replace, move, change the size and number of, and remove or abandon in place a pipeline and its appurtenances for the purpose of conducting, transporting, conveying, and carrying gas, oil, petroleum products, and water on, along, in, under, and across public streets, ways, alleys, and places within the City of Torrance.
I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation, including the CEQA exemption, the ordinance with a summary, and I believe that's it.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd move to concur with the staff recommendation, adopt the categorical exemption, adopt ordinance 3891, and approve an ordinance summary for publication.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, next item is item 12A, second reading. May we have a number and title?
Yes, Your Honor. This is ordinance number 3889, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Torrance Municipal Code, Chapter 1, Article 2 of Division 9 by deleting Section 91.2.169, amending Chapter 1, Article 2 of Division 9 by deleting Section 91.2.176, amending Chapter 2, Article 2 of Division 9 by amending Section 92.2.10, and amending Chapter 2, Article 2 of Division 9 by amending Section 92.2.11, amending the provisions regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units.
Take a motion. Councilmember Chen.
I move to adopt the second and final reading of ordinance number 3889.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Goodrich abstaining.
Thank you. That brings us to the City Council oral communication. First up tonight is Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank everyone who's serving not only in our city but across our nation. A very special congratulations to our new Deputy City Manager, Viet Wang, and Ms. Rebecca Poirier. Wow, what amazing work you and your team have been doing. Appreciate your continued support and care of our city. That's all I have tonight. Please stay safe, well, and be kind. Thank you.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask for concurrence on an item to bring back to council. I'd like to ask staff to come back with a full report on illegal dumping and in view of the view of the program that can be improved. I'd also like to see us research the possibility of a large item drop-off day, open to all residents, including apartment building residents, and also explore options to help facilitate apartment residents with their large item trash. In the item to come back, I'd like to see different funding sources and also, the possibility of a fee structure. Do I concur?
Is that it? Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate teachers for their Teacher Appreciation Week again, and also congratulate our fire department for their last week on Thursday promotion ceremony that I did watch virtually, and it was sad that we couldn't be there in person because not only promotion but new hires in our Torrance Police Department too. Congratulations to them. We're all happy that that we've got some fine public servants to protect us. It's great. Also, congratulations to all the students that were selected for our Students in Government time. And I think that as a council, we really miss having them here physically. So maybe when we're back to full capacity of everything, they could come visit and we can kind of show them around and what they might have been doing just for a short period of time. I think that would be fun. Mrs. Scotto, I believe, could arrange something like that with our staff. And congratulations to Ms. Poirier and her staff. Glad that you were pointed out, as well as all your staff in your office. We appreciate you. Thank you, and happy Mother's Day.
It shocked me that it took the third person before that. I was checking it off and saying, thank you, Councilmember Ashcraft. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very happy that the LA County has moved into the yellow tier. Celebrate our newfound additional freedom in a respectful way, and I will. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, I have an item for concurrence. This is something I've been thinking about for quite some time, and in light of recent events within the last couple of weeks, hindsight is 2020. I should have brought this forward earlier, but it's in regards to the city treasurer position, and as everybody knows, we've had our issues with the incumbent in that position. I think staff has successfully demonstrated that that position is not needed, as have other cities that have moved in the direction of eliminating that, but that is not an option because of our city charter. So with concurrence of my colleagues, I'd like staff to return to council with options regarding addressing the pay, including possibly setting the pay to be the same as a city council member for that position.
I don't think I concur with that because I think that looking at the reason that responsibilities were decreased was because the person in that position wasn't performing to the capacity that they should. There were mistakes and responsibilities were taken back by our finance department. I would hope that when another treasurer comes to that position that maybe the responsibilities that the previous treasurer had had for a number of years could return to that office.
Heidi,
And
this is exploratory only.
Well, okay, I don't concur.
Okay.
How many thumbs up? Four. So 4, and bring it back up.
We'll come back with that.
Thank you. Anything else? Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to wish everybody happy Mother's Day. Hope we have a good weekend. The weather should be nice.
But she beat you to it.
Yes,
But I'm going to start off, everybody. I hope everybody has a great Mother's Day this Sunday. I know I will be enjoying it with my wife and one of my daughter-in-laws and the grandkids. But I want to thank the public for joining us once again tonight. We really appreciated your patience while we adjust our operations and move through the tiers of getting back to normal business operations. And, you know, when we heard the yellow tier, I think it brought tears to our eyes. We were so happy. You know, anything that brings us back to normalcy, whether it's a new normal or the old normal, I don't care. We understand the transition has been difficult for some. To help families and households struggling to afford internet service during COVID-19 pandemic, the FCC has developed a program that offers a monthly discount off the cost of broadband service from an approved provider. Beginning May 12, 2021, eligible households will be able to apply for the emergency broadband benefit. To find out if you qualify and how you can sign up, I urge you to visit fcc.gov/broadband benefit. One more time, that's fcc.gov/broadband benefit. This could be a good money saver for people in these really tough times. Next weekend, we will continue our long-standing tradition of celebrating our United States military. We invite you to join in our salute to the U.S. Armed Forces by sending them vid hugs to show your appreciation. We've extended the deadline to this Friday, May 7th, so you still have time to submit your message. Just a quick message saying hello to the troops and let them know that we support them. These will be self-recorded video messages. It could be sent to specific military personnel, division, branch, or addressed to all of our members of the United States Armed Forces who have served or are serving our great nation. The vid hugs will be featured on torranceca.gov, City Cable, and the city's official social media accounts. So we'll be pushing it out once you send it to us. To learn more and submit a message, visit torranceca.gov/salute. You can also find information on all the weekend's events and activities. We ask you all to please celebrate responsibly and continue to follow all CDC guidelines. The first thing, it's the easiest way at all to show your patriotism and your support for the troops, is display your American flag. This is the perfect time to do it in May. Get it out there and let everybody see how patriotic we are in the city of Torrance. I've always argued we are the most patriotic city in all of America, and I've told that to generals and admirals and every year at our Armed Forces Day Parade. Looking forward to having a great one next year. On May 15th, what would have been our 61st annual Armed Forces Day Parade at 2 p.m., the Tiger Squadron Precision Formation Flying and Aircraft Display Team will grace our skies with a flyover in honor of our United States military. The flyover will begin down Torrance Boulevard, over Torrance Beach, and then back to Zamperini Field. And if I know these guys, it won't be just once. I'm sure there'll be a couple trips back and forth up the boulevard. If you can't check it out in person, visit our official Facebook page to view it live. For current information concerning COVID-19, follow us on social media and visit torranceca.gov/COVID-19. For daily updates, tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m., and Weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. Good night. God bless. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, I move to adjourn City Council meeting to Tuesday, May 11th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing 7 p.m. Looks like I'm reading this one. In compliance, I can't read that far, so I'm just going to stay this one. In compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended portions of the Brown Act, Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-3320, stay-at-home order issued March 19, 2020, and the County of Los Angeles Public Health Orders reopening safer at work and in the community for control of COVID-19, blueprint for a safer economy. Orange tier risk reduction measures issued April 14, 2021. Members of the City Council and staff will participate in this meeting in person or via teleconference or other electronic means. Council chambers will remain closed to the public in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via cable TV, Channel 3 Spectrum, Channel 31 Frontier, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance, CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable.
Thank you, Councilmember Chen. I will second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
And I doubled that down. Thank you, Councilmember Chen. Good night, everybody. We'll see you next week.